Money Transfer is giving you an unbeatable bonanza from now until the end of October. Yes! From now till the end of October, you stand a chance of winning a bag of rice when you receive monies in the Gambia from UK, Europe, USA, Canada and Switzerland with Supersonics Money Transfer. Amazing! So from now till the end of October, every time you receive monies in the Gambia from UK, Europe, USA, Canada and Switzerland, you stand a chance of winning a bag of rice. Only 100 bags available, so hurry now and be part of the 100 lucky winners in this special unbeatable bonanza from now until the end of October with Supersonics Money Transfer. Enjoy our safe, fast, reliable and convenient money transfer service with the largest payout network in the Gambia with charges starting from $0. Yes! Visit the Google Play Store or the Apple Store today to download the Supersonics Money Transfer app and enjoy excellent money transfer services only with Supersonics. The unbeatable bonanza with Supersonics. Supersonics Money Transfer is giving you an unbeatable bonanza from now until the end of October. Yes! From now till the end of October, you stand...
alnal badi malam neena jël sus
dama ne ba olof di wax naan loxo kajoor dafa weesandoo li ya taxoon ñu ko wax ñi nga xamantene ñooy ndaanaani Gambie yi ñoom lañ bëgg a gestu ci programme defal leen fundraising programme ku fi siiw ñoo la siiwal ndaanaan du fi jeex yéen nag jàppale ndaanaan yi réew mi lii kañ la ñaar fukki fan ak juróom benn muy on the 26 of September juróomi waxtu yee ca Gambie dama ne li xalam di wax muy ndaanaan yu mag ñi nga xamante ne ñu ngi biir Gambie ànd nag ak Gambia Talents Promotion ñoo leen a indil programme bii ni ci njàppandal ak dimbale ab Laay Mbay ma nekk siw den yan ndaanaan ñoo cee nekk Jali Maxtaar Jeng mi nga xamante ne ñëpp xam nañ ko ci wàlli xalam Faya Ngom mi nga xamante ne ci wàlli baat bu neex ba ñëpp xam nañ ko Jali Neene Suusoo Ami Soose ca wàlli ngoyaan Ami Caam Jali Ansu ca wàlli balafon dama ni ñii ñëpp dinañ nekk ci programme bi pour jàppale leen mbaam gàttan nag waaye ci jur gi la bokk kon gestu suñ daanaan yi ndax ba nga xamante ni corona gi ne na salaamaaleykum ba léegi liggéeyu ñu ngi toog te amuñ xëy kon lii moo tax ñuy leen a indil programme bi muy a virtual fundraising programme di amee online ñu ngi cee oo nag lépp koo xamante ne Gambien nga pour nga jàpp ci lii di ci oo garmi ñeeg gor ñeeg géer ñi ñëpp ñu ngi leen ci oo ñu ngi cee oo Fatou Menga Mboro ca Nottingham di ci oo Yakomba Koy Taala ca London ñu ngi cee oo Asi Camara ca Sweden di ci oo Aida Ndiaye mu Daado Sila di ci oo Aysatu Haydara mu Moro Balde ca Manchester oo ci Hadi Konte Sweden oo ci Bada Diop Sweden di ci oo Mami Jeen Ndour America ñu ngi cee oo Aida Malik Mbay ca Leicester kon yéen ñëpp ñu ngi leen a oo programme bi seen programme la
Gamsobis in focus with Kalilu Banjang every Saturday from 8 to 10 p.m.
You want to know about the Gambia entertainment industry? You want to know the existing policies and programs of the arts and culture sector. You want to know about the governance and management of the arts associations. The program will throw a fresh light on the entertainment industry in focus. We will touch so many angles about the cultural sector, the opportunities and challenges, and interrogate them, and most importantly, offer solutions.
Welcome to Gambian Talents Promotion, the Gambia's first non-profit online public broadcasting network and home of culture and entertainment. At GTP, we bring you the best of Gambian creativity right to your doorsteps. Sell your products and services to millions of Gambians and friends of the Gambia via our online radio, TV, and newspaper. Advertise your business and watch your clientele grow like never before. Our content from the Gambia gets the diaspora hooked up to our screen, whilst those in Gambia love what we bring for them from afar. This gives us a a unique edge and separates us from the rest. If you want to be heard or seen by the world, contact GTP. We tap, nurture, and promote Gambian talents and businesses. Think promotion, think GTP. For all your event coverages, religious gathering, naming ceremonies, weddings, documentaries, music videos, TV and radio commercial, and more. We also do design and print jobs of all types, logos, business cards, brochures, flyers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, banners, billboards, catalogs, and magazines. We also do lamination and projector rentals. We are the first Gambian non-profit online public broadcasting network with over 300,000 active followers across all social media. Contact GTP on 750-3654, 750-3654 or 794-9214, 794-9214, 404-593-6215 or email us at gambiantalents@gmail.com. GTP, the people's power. Welcome to Gambian Talents Promotion.
It's all about Gambian Talent TV. Tune in direct, Alajibe, stay tuned, Mimbekiring Gambia, Bantala, Gambia. Look!
This is Abdul Karim Wagan Faye, and right now you're tuned into Gambia Talents TV.
Famulem, una kusha, una kabo, una welcome back. This is the program una be wait for. Them big one they be wait for. Them picking they be wait for. This is the Kirio Corner. This is the program where they bring for all Tiweti una wasi. This Kirio Corner is they touch all sides by the Kirio community. This corner they talk about the culture. And you don't say any tribe, the culture, na the backbone of any tribe. This corner you go bring for una aku politician. This corner go bring for una aku fashion designers them. This corner they bring for una aku celebrities them. If una wasabi if aku footballers then they na the country, una follow me with na this corner. Una they get aku artists them. If una want see aku cook man them. If una don't dinner us for long, una don't forget una cultural food there. Una can at this corner. If una know how for cook fufu, una can at this corner. If una want know how for cook blasas, una can at this corner. This corner they bring for una anything what you una want see. This corner will bring for una everything what you una want see. Well, this corner.
Good afternoon. The House now resumes. Please be seated. Thank you. We'll continue with the debate. I'll call on the Honorable Member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. Madam Speaker, I would like to acknowledge CRC for the wonderful job done. And I also want to thank National Assembly members for coming up with such an important act. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank Gambian people for the cooperation shown during the entire process, those at home and those at abroad. Honorable Speaker, before coming to my points or the reasons why I will give my blessing to these important bills, I would like to quote from the preamble of the Constitution, which says that as a sovereign independent state, having had the opportunity to express our views and aspirations on how we wish to be governed, affirm that this Constitution is the embodiment of our will and resolve for democracy, good governance, separation of powers, sustainable environment, and equitable distribution and use of resources, the rule of law, equality, and observance of principles of fundamental human rights and freedoms. Being committed to freedom, justice, accountable government, and overall respect for the rule of law, recognize and affirm the principle that all power vests in and emanate only from the sovereign will of the people, which shall be respected at all times. Recognizing the value of enshrined fundamental human rights and freedom in this Constitution, undertake to ensure the observance of those rights and freedoms. Recognizing and appreciating our values as a people of diversity, collectively declare and affirm our duties and responsibilities as citizens of the Gambia and our love and commitment to each other to foster and promote national unity, cohesion, and peace. In this spirit and in the name of God and the Almighty, adopt, enact, and give ourselves unto our future generation this Constitution as a beacon of hope, stability and national unity, progress, peace, and prosperity. Madam Speaker, the preamble speaks for itself. The task that we have here today is not a difficult task as far as I'm concerned. Our role is well clear in our standing order. We have created a body, we gave them all the necessary powers, we equipped them, and they have done what we expected from them. Honorable Speaker, it should be borne in mind that in writing a constitution, you have your reference points. The people who are mandated to carry out these tasks put the following into consideration. Meaningful engagements were done, opinions of political and constitutional writers were consulted, Constitution of the Gambia, both 1970 and 1997, was consulted, and Constitution of other countries as well, customs and conventions, previous constitutions or judicial precedents, constituent assembly. These are the sources of constitution. In anywhere you are writing constitution, you must get your sources. And I believe CRC have done justice to the cause, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I will also want to quote from CRC in the report. The democratic and peaceful change of government had happened in December 2016 was a watershed moment in the history of the Gambia and indeed African politics. The advent of the new government of President Adam Barrow in January 2017 brought very high hopes in many Gambians that the country was embarking on an important journey to build a democratic, just, and prosperous society. Madam Speaker, this is a journey, and we are part of the journey. This should be a collective responsibility. It's not a battle between 1997 Constitution and 2020 draft. It's a battle for development. It's a battle for progress. And I have high regard for all the honorable members who made contributions, expressing their opinions. But at the end of the day, your opinions should not shatter the hopes and aspirations of Gambian people. We all might have our observations, but the history must not be arrested here. The development must not be arrested. As progressive people, I think we can come to consensus and follow the procedures that are stipulated in our standing orders. If you go to standing order 70, made it categorically clear. We need to debate on the object, and when we reach to the committee stage, we can propose amendments. If majority said we amend A or B, then we can do so. Then at the end of the day, the citizens has to decide. But to make an attempt to do an abortion here is going to be catastrophic. Please, honorable members, let us not attempt to do abortion. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution, the draft Constitution is progressive, since the engagement was very transparent and open to the Gambian people. There is no single stakeholders that were not consulted during the review process. Honorable Speaker, the fundamental rights, the rights that we are born with, the natural rights, are all enshrined in this draft Constitution, and they are well safeguarded. Members talk about separation of powers. Yes, the time that Montesquieu, the French philosopher, was having this idea of separation of powers. But the checks and balances that came after, even if Montesquieu is alive here, he will support the checks and balances that are enshrined in this Constitution. Separation of powers was done in a way that so that institutions will be responsible to their work, so that there will not like duplication of functions. But that doesn't mean that we will not have eye on them. Checks and balance come so that no single institution will have absolute power to abuse the authority of the people. Because we all know that power is drug. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. That's why we have the checks and balances. This is not a competition between the legislature and the executive. We are not here to arm the executive, to arm the legislature to control the executive so that they would not do their functions. No. We want to create a power balance. Honorable members, let's pay a visit to history. We shouldn't forget so soon. Honorable Speaker, the powers of the presidents were well articulated. In clause 88, if you go there, all the powers are there that the president can use to develop a country. What powers are you now talking about? It will be disappointing to say that all the powers are taken from the executive. No! Powers are not taken from them. That's why sometimes I believe we don't read. Somebody said, they want to, people outside want to control us. It's better they read more than we do. If you read well, you will know that the powers are there. The reason why we are called honorable men and women, sometimes some of the members, they don't want to be called honorable. Yes, I can see the reason. If the decision is not honorable, the ideas are not honorable, then you will not like to be called honorable. Honorable Speaker, if you go to the Constitution, the term limit is well specified. And in 2015, there was a meeting, ECOWAS meeting, EU meeting, Gambia was represented. Gambia and Togo refused this term limit. So if we abort this Constitution, it means that National Assembly members are not also supporting term limit. This is the same message that we are telling Gambian people and the world at large. And it should be borne in mind that Gambia is not an island. Honorable Speaker, there is no single religion that is given the power to of the draft, clause 3, the Gambia comprises people of different faith, and every faith shall be respected and treated fairly without any discrimination. What do we want again? We are the people who should educate our masses. We are the people who should clear their house. If we are not educated, we are also misleading. Because some of the statements that we make, they are misleading statements. I'm sorry to say. We are not here to interpret the law, but we are here to understand the law. Honorable Speaker, political parties in the new draft, we can see to it that accountability and transparency is enshrined in. So the political party will know their source of funding. Who is going against that? If the political parties serve as the alternative government or the government in waiting, they are not transparent, nobody knows how they are getting their funds. If those people come to power, what will they do to us? I think we need to entertain that. These are the new elements that are not found in 1997 Constitution. Nobody is claiming that 1997 Constitution is totally wrong, but it needs to be adjusted. Of recent, a private member bill came here. Why did we bring up that private member bill? Because we felt that there's lacuna in the local government. And a lot of bills came here. So that shows that we all agree as parliament to have CRC. I could vividly remember only few who proposed that we can do piecemeal amendment. But we all said no. Let us have the entire review. So today, if we shall, or we should come here and say A should be removed, B should, at the end of the day, one of the honorable members said, what we might remove here might not be the wish of the people. So that also has a lot of implications that we need to look at. But this constitution, this is the Gambian people constitution. Let's give them that opportunity to design. And there is, I can test that. No MP did a political opinion poll on your people. Maybe if 10 people call you from your constituency, is that a proper representation? Support or not support? No. So quoting saying that my people call me, no. Please, let us be sincere to ourselves. They might call you, but they are not the true representative of the constituency. You should do real opinion collection and see. If majority say this, you say that. Honorable Speaker, principle of decentralization is also captured in devolution of powers. We want to equip our local government authorities. And the new constitution has given us that opportunity. So that we have proper decentralization. So that development will be coordinated at the grassroots. So that everybody will have a sense of belonging. The 1997 constitution also have it. It talks about decentralization. So you can see there are a lot of things borrowed from 1997 constitution. That's why I'm saying unless we are not reading. Unless we are not reading. But if we are reading, we can see a lot of similarities. Honorable Speaker, the constitution is youth friendly. As one of the honorable members said, we talk about youths are the cream of the society. They are the today's and future generation, future leaders. And the youths are captured in the constitution. So who are we to say no to the constitution? When the cream of society, are really factored in, how they will be, oriented, how they will be supported, how they will be educated, how they will be self-reliant. Honorable Speaker, coming to the culture, the customs are all factored in the constitution, as well as 1997 constitution. 1997 constitution gives us the mandate to promote our culture, which is there to foster unity. And it's the same. That has been replicated in. Honorable Speaker, talking about citizenship, one of the honorable member mentioned that if you have a family in abroad, they want to be a citizen, it's not catered. I want him to read properly. have what we call citizenship by descent. If your grandparents originated from Gambia, you can claim citizenship. The procedure is very clear. There are a lot of steps that if you want to be a citizen of a country that you can be. You can be. It's there. By naturalization. By birth. So what do you want? Do we need more schooling on the Constitution? If we need more, let's request for that. Honorable Speaker, the specific rights, we have a lot of rights in the 1997 Constitution, but the new element that I have seen in is elderly people, and these people need to be supported. We all know that aging is obvious. It must come. Some of us, one day, the strength that we talk in this parliament will be out. So we need support. So if we don't cater the all ages, social protection in the Constitution, where will our society be? Honorable Speaker, coming to National Security Council is properly enshrined in the Constitution. And we are all witness to security reform that has failed in this country. It failed because there was no proper sense of direction. Now we have a constitution that can guide us, that can save us, that can protect this nation. Honorable Speaker, we give Caesar what belongs to Caesar. We give Caesar what belongs to Caesar. The job done by our own uncles, our fathers, our brothers cannot go in vain. We have to celebrate them. It's difficult if we are given a topic to write 1,000 words or only 500 words, some of us will not be able to do it. You know how difficult to come with a thesis or a project. We all know. So let's celebrate our people. These are our pioneers. Honorable Speaker, coming to the numerous commissions that we have seen in Human Rights Commission, the Teachers Commission. For years, since independent teachers, we are suffering in this country. We don't talk of health workers. Time has come for them to be emancipated and to be in charge of their own problems. Let's give them the opportunity. Let's give them trial. There is nothing impossible. Yes, we might have financial constraints, but the only difficult thing that I can think of now, if you want to change Suleiman Sow to a woman, maybe that will be difficult. But even with scientists, if you give them the opportunity, they can make trial. So let us not have this mind that we can. Yes, we can. We can. The university has been here for so long. We have to thank the former government for that initiation. How many young graduates do we have now? So why are you taking us backward? We need to move. Honorable Speaker, principle of executive authority, 85, is there. So when I hear members, executive don't have the authority, they have more authority than you do. We must promote scrutiny, and that's why National Assembly should be empowered to play that oversight function, to ensure that scrutiny is done, so that we have the right people in the right position. If you are sure of yourself, why should you be scared to come before the parliament for scrutiny? If your credentials are okay, if your background is okay, your history is good, why should you be scared of that? Honorable Speaker, having parliamentary election and presidential election on the same day, This is not new in the history of the Gambia. By then we were young, but we could remember fully. It was happening. I remember the people of Central Badibu, some will vote for Dr. Sao when it comes to parliamentary presidential SMDiba. I could remember it. It was happening. And there are a lot of good things attached to it. The advantage supersedes the disadvantage. Why not we go for it? And within the sub-region, this is what is happening. So it's not something new. And this will make the incumbent not to use his influence on the electorate as well. Because everybody now will be busy fighting your own battle. If the president is looking for State House, you are looking for National Assembly member, funkum funkum. Yes. Honorable Speaker, 50 plus 1. The government that we have today is not a majority. It's not a majority government in terms of representation. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the percentage, what APRC got, GDC, you add up all, and the percentage that the coalition government got, you can see the majority is not represented. So we want to make sure that we have majority representation. Minority cannot rule over minority. That's not democratic. It's not democratic. We have reached to a point that we must tell the truth. We must accept what happened in the past and forge ahead. Once we are not ready for that, then we are not ready for development. And the laws that we are making, we are not making for ourselves. It's the generation unborn. Honorable members, I'm making this special appeal to you. Let's give the bill chance to move to the other stage. We have our concerns. No constitution is 100% good on earth, but you must give chance. And I want to enlighten one of the honorable members that nomination now is out of this new constitution. That's why I still said we don't read. Nomination is out of it. So I don't think we have time to read more. It's going to minimize the interventions that we make. And Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, with your permission, I would like to quote George Washington, the former president of the United States of America. I wish the Constitution which is offered had been made more perfect, but I sincerely believe it is the best that could be obtained at this time. From a variety of concurring accounts, it appears to me that the political concerns of this country are in a manner suspended by a thread. That the convention has been looked up to by the reflecting part of the community with a solid solicitude which is hardly to be conceived, and that if nothing had been agreed on by that body, anarchy would soon have ensued. I'm not saying that anarchy will come, but in Parliament, failing to give the citizen the right to decide how they will be governed is coup d'etat. It's coup d'etat. It's tantamount to coup d'etat. So let us not find ourselves in that situation. Let's do our work and give it to other people to do what they're supposed to do. As I said, it's a process. Honorable Speaker, Benjamin Franklin also stated very clearly that I confess that there are several parts of this Constitution which I do not at present approve. Like the qualification. For me, a president cannot just graduate from high school and somebody graduate from high school become a president of a country. But if you want to come up with that, you create a lot of problem. Because some will see it as you are denying them their fundamental right. But in essence, it's good to have somebody who has a little bit educational background to be able to analyze both national and international issues. But no, If you talk about this, a warasak, harjaw. Honorable Speaker, I have experienced many instances of being obliged by better information or fuller consideration to change opinions even on important subjects which I once thought right but found to be otherwise. I agree to this constitution with all its faults. For me, I agree. For when you assemble a number of men to have the advantage of their joint wisdom, you inevitably assemble with those men. All their prejudice, their passions, their errors of opinion, their local interests, and their selfish views, from such an assembly can a perfect production be expected. Thus I consent, sir, to this constitution because I expect no better, and because I am not so that it is not the best. The opinions I have had of its errors I sacrifice to the public good. Within these walls, they were born, and here they shall die. If every one of us, in return to our constituent, were to report the objection he has had to it, and endeavor to gain partisans in support of them, we might prevent its being generally received, and thereby lose all the salutary effects and great advantages resulting from our real or apparent unanimity. On the whole, sir, I cannot help expressing a wish that every member of the convention who may still have objections to it would with me on this occasion doubt a little of his own infallibility, and to make manifest our unanimity, put his name to this instrument. Honorable members, honorable speaker, long live Gambia, long live the wish and aspiration of Gambian people, long live the parliament. I thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Honorable nominated member, Jayte.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this very important and historic moment in the affairs of this nation. I would first start by thanking the CRC, the drafters of this constitution, the new draft bill before us. These are people I have great respect for. Two of the members of this commission actually taught me and imparted knowledge in me. One of them trained me to be the lawyer I have become. And when I was illegally removed from this assembly, I went right back to the office. He gave me back my job and told me, you are only here temporarily. And that was what happened. So I thank them very much for serving their nation. This is indeed great service to nation, for dedicating their time, because all of them are very busy people. They made the sacrifice to dedicate their time to draft a new architecture for our governance. I thank you all very much. Then I come to why we as a nation, particularly the National Assembly, decided that we are going to give the CRC the power to draft this new constitution for us, and remind ourselves why we are here today discussing this issue. Because this has a lot to do with our history and where we came from. And this reminds me, today I see the Attorney General before me, and I remember when I was nominated as a National Assembly member, then I applied for the Chevening Scholarship and went through all the stages and was shortlisted. I approached him in person. This was at the University of the Gambia. I know he wouldn't remember. And I asked his opinion. I said, what do you think? Should I withdraw or should I continue? Because I really want to serve. He said, it's best you withdraw at this point to give someone else a chance. And I went home and sat down and think really hard about this. Do I go to UK to continue my studies, or do I serve my country? And I wrote, I have this on my iPad. I wrote this in May, 12 May to be exact, 2017. I said, Dear Chivening, I'm withdrawing my application for scholarship because I was nominated to serve as a member of the National Assembly by the President of the Gambia. This opportunity to serve my country in such a capacity at such an important time in our country's history is an honorable task, a task which needs my undivided attention at the moment. And I went forward and said, as a transition government, the National Assembly is the most important player towards achieving an effective transition. As a legal mind, my presence and participation in the National Assembly, particularly in creating a democratic legal framework for the Gambia, is indispensable. This is how I felt really at the moment, that this is quite an honorable task. And I said I would like to take this opportunity to thank Chivening and the British government for such a wonderful opportunity. I enjoyed every part of this process, and I will apply in the next few years. Because in my mind, we are going to take few years to transition, because the decision was we are a transition government of 3 years. We are going to transition within these 3 years, and after we set the democratic legal framework of this country, then I would be free and go my way to continue my studies. This is my intention. And today I am here grateful that I am part of this process, because this is the most important process in our democratic history. And we need to always remember that. What are the principles of this new draft? We came from a 22-year dictatorship. We wanted a new governance system. We are trying to change the 1997 Constitution because we feel one of the main principles of this why we changed the 1997 Constitution is that too much power going through this Constitution is vested in the executive. And we wanted a balance of powers, separations, checks and balances. We said we had to change. Another principle is that given what we've gone through the 22 years, the various amendments that affected really our democracy, because one of them is the power that was given to the president to dissolve the assembly at any time. Who would think that is democratic? This is an excessive power given to the president. He can, with this constitution, he can dissolve, call for elections at any time. On this basis, giving the so many amendments, there is a stigma attached to this 1997 Constitution. We are not saying it's a totally bad Constitution, but there is a mark of shame attached to this 1997 Constitution because of the various amendments it has gone through, unfair amendments, I would say. So we decided as a country, Gambia decided, let us all remember 2016, that we were going to usher a new democratic dispensation. That to continue to mold this newfound democracy, we were going to change our constitution, issue a new constitution and start a third republic to set the proper governance structure of our country. And this is what the draft constitution has done. They have gone through extensive consultations and came back and gave us the draft, and it is up to us, Parliament, to pass this through to the voters, to the general public to have their say. This is what we should do. There are so many debates going on, whether we have the power to touch this draft. I don't even want to go, because to me that's a kind of basis argument, because it's very clear. What would happen if we do not have the power? Then we are the lawmakers. We are the supreme authority when it comes to legislation. Of course we have the power to touch this draft. But why, under what circumstances did we need to touch this draft? We delegated our responsibility and told the commissioners, CRC, draft the constitution. There is nothing wrong for us to touch the draft where it is necessary. For example, I'll give you one example that I raised the concern with the CRC, the issue of the speaker in this new draft. How does the speaker come into being? It's just say the speaker should be elected ex officio member without a vote. But the process of how this ex officio member would come into being is not said. This is some place where we can touch it. To me, I feel touching this draft, whatever we do is to add to it, not to subtract it. And I would say right now, register my support for the new draft. I'm wholeheartedly supporting this. apart from a little things that we can fine-tune during consideration stage. Thus, I am begging us members of this House to give a chance to this draft, to give a chance to the people of the Gambia to have their say on how they want to be governed. Because if we end this here, right now, that would mean as a country we haven't transitioned. We are not going to have a third republic. We are not going to transition, and this whole idea of a transition government would be baseless, really, because I don't see what would we achieve during this 5 years transition if we do not have a new constitution setting the framework and the architect of the new governance we want as a country, particularly the young people. There are so many things in this draft that are worth celebrating. For example, the affirmative action for women to increase our representation. How many of us are here now? It's only 6 of us women in this, but this draft is saying if I come into being, every region would have 2 women representatives elected in parliament. That is worth celebrating as a woman. That's the affirmative action we need to take moving forward as a country. Another principle of the draft, I think these things should be, some parts of this draft should be called the Kumba sections. You go to section 143 of this draft, very interesting, and it had a lot to do with the history of this parliament and the case. It says wherever there is a dispute on whether a seat is vacant or not in this assembly, the Supreme Court has to decide within 3 months. If you hear this, what comes to your mind? The Yakumba Jaita case. The draft constitution touches a lot on our history and what we've been through, and that is why we have certain provisions included. You go to local governance, what has it done? The draft has removed governors from it to make sure that local government can do what they want to do, and elected local government representatives can do what they want to do in their different regions. So there are a lot of things to celebrate in this draft, and a lot of consideration has gone into this. And as members of the National Assembly, I would really encourage us to look into this properly and vote this draft at this stage to give the Gambian people a chance to have their say. Another thing I really want to touch on is the issue of leadership and integrity, the principle of leadership and integrity. When it comes to the draft, it has limited the term of the presidency to 2 terms. And I know this is the most controversial issue, but we can't shy away from it. We have to discuss this issue because it is very important. And the main issue why it is controversial is the draft has gone further under the schedule to say that the term of the current president is included in his 2 terms. And supporters of the president seem to have an issue with this, but this is very funny to me. This is a president that came into being as a transitional president for 3 years. He is now serving 5 years, and he is the president that initiated the draft constitution. He is now serving his 5-year term. He is the president looking to limit the terms of the future presidents to 2 years. But he doesn't want to limit his own term to 2 years. And they say it is discriminatory to him. Is it not discriminatory to someone or the future presidents? There are a lot of things if you say that the Constitution is discriminatory to one person or to the other. I could say the Constitution is discriminatory to me, the new draft or the old Constitution. Because this Constitution will not allow me to contest presidential elections come next election because I don't have the age. I could say that is discriminatory. But this issue about the retroactive clause, a constitution, they are saying a law cannot be retroactive, but the constitution is the supreme law of the land. If it says this is the law, that is the law. There is no issue about retroactive. It is saying this is the law, I am the one deciding this would happen. This is the supreme legislation, and it is repealing the order, so it doesn't matter what is said here. Now, if we pass this, this is going to be the law. So that argument of retroactivity, I think is baseless, because if one is preaching something, you were to be the first one to practice it. If this is the president that initiated this new constitution and wants to limit the terms of future presidents to 2 years, he should be the first one to set an example in the entire nation and for the entire Africa, because this is the debate going on in Africa. And I think it's very important, and it would be one of his greatest legacies if he starts this in Africa and sets an example. So I would encourage him. And I would also encourage him to end this issue and give this constitution a chance by just making a statement saying, I am supporting my own constitution that I initiated, and the debate will end. This is for the principle of leadership and integrity. Now it comes to the powers given to the National Assembly. Just because in the 1997 Constitution, like I said before, so much power is vested in the executive. Now the principle of this to have checks and balances, we are giving the power as National Assembly members to vet the appointments of ministers. And I think this is a welcome idea. This is the practice in more mature democracies, and I think it's very important. If you don't have anything to fear, you will not run away from scrutiny. I think this is why people should have a say. As we are representatives of the people, we should have a say on the people who govern. I welcome that. Other members have raised the issues of the judiciary and their remunerations and their benefits and how they were a bit biased in the draft. That also, I would like to remind people of the history of this country and the judiciary. There's a reason why I don't want to be seen as supporting it, but I see the rationale behind those provisions. Our judiciary, during the Jammeh period, we have seen how the executive had a hand in the judiciary. And it is very important to guarantee the independence of members of the judiciary so that no other forces outside can influence their decisions, because they are the last point of hope. When the executive and the National Assembly are pulling hands, example, in my case, the judiciary was the hope of the people, and we see how people registered their hope in the judiciary during that case, and how people were happy with that decision, that the judiciary is finally independent. This is the reason I believe they inserted this provision, to make sure that no one would have influence on members of the judiciary, and their independence will be guaranteed during their time of service. So these are things that we can discuss if we give this bill a chance to go to the next stage and reach a compromise on these issues. So I would really stop this here, and really my last word would be to encourage the members. I don't know if I should beg you or what I should do, but really I'm pleading with you. And this is very personal to me, and I know a lot of Gambians are looking forward to this, and we are on the good side of history. And I don't want us as legislators to leave a very ugly history giving this transitional government. And I really want those of you who have decided or are want to say no to this, to give it a chance. I am begging you to take this, for us to take this to referendum and give the Gambian people a chance to decide on the governance structure of their country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Upper Fuladu West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. After listening to the last two interventions, I don't think there's much detail I can go into some of the points they've raised. But I just want to concentrate on why we are here today. And hopefully at the end of my intervention, I'll be able to prevail or implore on some of my colleagues who might equally have a different stance to me, to see the bigger picture. Madam Speaker, the building of a constitution process is no ordinary lawmaking process, because unlike the conventional laws, the National Assembly doesn't enjoy, or we don't enjoy, an unfettered power and authority to pass the Constitution. Because the Constitution, as the supreme law of the land, and its contents originates from the sovereign people and is adjudged or settled by them. And as the collective voices of the people, our job today, is informed by Section 101, Section 102, D and E, and Section 226, subsection 1 to 9 of the 1997 Constitution, which provides for us processes and the steps that we need to take as a matter of law. In principle, and in considering their context as a people, as a sovereign people, the Gambians looked at their past experiences, present experiences, and future aspirations, and as a sovereign, who are only answerable to God, the Almighty, freely and fairly express their views and visions within a greater context and by the greater number, as soberly captured by the CRC. And going through the preamble of the Constitution, you will notice that the people have time and time again emphasized that they are the dignified and they are the original bearers of all powers in all shapes, sizes, and forms. And with their power, they gave significance and legitimacy to the framework of institutions that form the government and determine on who exercises the power and authority of the state, how we do it, in what proportions, and for what purposes. They again emphasize that as they are answerable not only to God, we are answerable to them, or their elected representatives who act on their behalf. And that's why, Madam Speaker, with and on behalf of their authority, we develop and execute policies and enact laws to maintain that sovereign dignity against any unlawful act or action of an individual, group, or even a foreign nation. And in that same vein, we were able to use their power to establish the CRC, the Constitutional Review Commission, in an act in 2018, giving it the mandate and powers to conduct and exercise on behalf of the people as our electorates. And the CRC, dictated by this mandate, the Constitution of the Gambia and other laws of the Gambia, did a fine job. These are a collection of Gambia's finest men and women of impeccable character, integrity, commitment, determination, and unquestionable wealth of knowledge and track record in this field. Madam Speaker, the CRC preserved the spirit and the belief that in order to meet the objectives and the goal that they are set out to do by building a constitution that reflects the views and aspirations of the people, they have to first do it through a nationwide and even beyond consultation, because they believe that the outcome of a constitution building is only legitimate when it is broadly accepted and nationally owned. Madam Speaker, they understand that in order to do this, they have to use that determination that they have to go across ozones all over the world, anywhere that they can get to reach every Gambian that they could and consult them on how they wish to be governed. They held seminars, workshops, conferences, meetings with every stakeholder in this country and outside the country to make sure that their views and aspirations are captured. They research law reports of the Gambia, Supreme Court rulings, and consulted on other constitutions in and outside the Gambia to make sure that they keep to the fundamentals of standards, norms, but also best practices. The draft constitution that is before us now, Madam Speaker, is the contents of it now are captured in 20 chapters and four other schedules, which was presented to the President on the 30th of March 2020 and published accordingly. Their goal was not to produce a constitution that is one size fits all. They understand that is not achievable. But what they did is to reflect the greater aspirations and views of the Gambian people. And Madam Speaker, I don't think we are here today to try to reinvent that will. The draft constitution, we will all agree that is far better than the current one that we are using right now, in terms of the progressive nature of promoting and protecting rights, especially fundamental rights and freedoms, our national values, administration of the state, leadership and representation, amongst others, while ushering a new era of hope, peace, unity, national cohesion and reconciliation, democracy, justice, respect for the rule of law, transparency, and accountability, leaving behind rights abuses, social divisions, corruption, injustice of all forms, and impunity. So, since this bill, which is the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia 2020 promulgation bill now, is no ordinary bill. Like I said now, section 102D and E plus section 226 applies. And that should be the center of our focus. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I would like to refer this House to these sections. Madam Speaker, if you look at section 101, the 1997 of the 1997 Constitution, it is telling us now how to introduce bills and motions into Parliament. Section 102 is also giving us now our additional duties or functions as the National Assembly. And D would tell you that our functions include, in a bill, a proposal now for a referendum on an issue of national concern defined in the bill, but also advise the President on any matter which lies now within his or her responsibility. Section 226, Madam Speaker, will further go on to elaborate on our functions today. And it would clearly state, if you allow me, subsection 1 would tell us that subject to the provisions of this section, an act of the National Assembly may alter this constitution. Subject to subsection 4, a bill for an act of the National Assembly under this section shall not be passed by the National Assembly or presented to the President for assent unless before the first reading of the bill in the National Assembly, the bill is published on at least two issues of the Gazette, and the latest publication being not less than 3 months after the first. And the bill is not introduced into the National Assembly not earlier than 10 days after the latest publication. I can go on, Madam Speaker, but you will understand that so far the bill has fulfilled all these requirements. But the point I want to raise here now is in section 4, section 226, subsection 4, where it says that a bill for an act of the National Assembly altering any provisions referred to section 7, which is mainly dealing with unchanged clauses, shall not be passed by the National Assembly or presented to the President unless for assent unless the bill is published and introduced in the manner required by paragraph A of subsection 2. So basically, any alteration that we do here, either at the consideration stage, it means this thing, the whole process has to start all over again. And considering the time frame of the proposed timetable from the IEC, is that what we want to do? Because the 2021 elections is fast approaching. And that is also saying that the bill is supported on the second and third reading, as stated earlier. But what I want the Minister to help me here is it's also asking this same bill after any alteration, amendments or additions or whatever repealing, that the bill has to be referred by the Speaker to the Independent Electoral Commission, and the Commission has, within 6 months of such reference, held a referendum on the bill. So it means, if I understand, I'm not a legal person, that any alteration that we do to this draft, it means it has to go back for the consultation with the people. Because we have changed what the CRC has now viewed as their views and aspirations. So, yes, we have powers to do those alterations. There's no question about that. But what we have to ask ourselves is, do we want to actually go back and restart all this process again, not knowing what might come out to be the outcome of it?
Bear in mind the stage at which we are right now.
I understand.
We are at the second stage, dealing with the principles.
I understand.
Yeah.
So, as we are debating, Madam Speaker, the question here is, many members have raised concerns, and I have concerns too, with this draft constitution. But should we want to reflect those concerns in this draft constitution or at the consideration or at any point, what are we doing? Are we not frustrating the process itself? Like I said, I have clauses that I have concerns with, and some of the members raised some points here that are equally the same, like the retirement package of judges, the Speaker's election without vote, immunity of NAMs, elections of SAFOs, citizenship, qualification of a president. Because, Madam Speaker, there is a philosopher, and I will quote Joseph Demosthenes, who said that people get the leaders they want, that they deserve. Right or wrong, Madam Speaker, we have set a very high bar for ministers, directors, ombudsman, commissioners of commissions, but yet we don't mind if our president is as unqualified as, or just qualified as a secondary school leaver. So we have to, I have concerns too. But I don't think this concerns warrants to frustrate this process reaching the Gambian people. I have also had concerns from some members who went as far as raising the point that the CRC have basically stole some other people's work, like plagiarization, that what they did is basically wrong. Madam Speaker, now looking at this report, especially the last 2 pages, would show you time and time again all the references that the CRC has mentioned of where they are taking their sources from, both within the Gambia and outside the Gambia, be it Malawi, Togo, Nigeria, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Kenya, wherever. They have given us references. And besides, who can claim monopoly over what is right? Nobody. What is right is right. If it reflects our national values, if it reflects our self-determination, if it reflects our form of governance that we want to create, there's nothing wrong with that. So I think that is a little bit too low under the belt. So, Madam Speaker, just to wrap up, we also have to consider this. Coming into government, this administration had made so many grand plans and promises, some of which security sector reform processes that was planned, a national reconciliation which through the TRRC, certain financial and institutional reforms like the Janney commissions and all that. So the efforts of the CRC, in my view, would only add to some of the failures that we have registered on those areas. And I don't think we want to actually be able to do that. So therefore, I implore on each and every member of this legislature that we are the conscience of the nation. We are the voices of the people. And for me personally, I am really humbled and honored to play a part, more part than I can even ever have asked for. And the least we should do is to overlook any differences of positions or issues we have with our constitution, and together deliver this to the people, for them to decide. It is their fate. If because we think this is not the best law for the Gambian people, let them be the decider of that. But at least we will have chance to come back and change what we think should change in conventional type lawmaking. And Madam Speaker, I want to remind myself and everybody in and outside these chambers, particularly the media, the CSOs, the civil society organizations, rights activists, political parties, pressure groups, better for women, youths, disabled people, and other minorities. And of course, ourselves as NAMs, being the representative of the people, that constitutions alone do not guarantee peace. They do not guarantee our political, social, and economic welfares and advancements. We have to be vigilant. We all have to play our part and ask for every position that is agreed in this draft constitution. Because without which, it can be a futile exercise. On that note, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we're coming to the tail end of the debate. I have few honorable members on my list, so I just want to ensure that final call, can I take those who want to still take the floor? You see, we need to, we need to do that for management of time purposes. So normally, you see, where are my aides? They're not around. Okay, let me take the, Loa knew me. I thought I gave you the floor. Yes, oh yes, I remember vividly. Serekunda, yes, Serekunda West. Yeah, you did. I'll check my list, but I know you did. You congratulated somebody for. I remember very well. Yes, Lower Fuladu. Jara West, yes. You see? Sumbala. No, you will be next. Sumbala, Lower Badibu. Any more on this side? For Ibonali? No. Okay, Talindi.
Madam, I had mine.
Yes, okay. That's Bakau?
Yes, but I prefer to withdraw because enough is hard. I said I wanted to withdraw because I have had enough about the contribution, so I'll reserve mine up till committee stage. Is that okay? I want to withdraw. Yes.
Okay, very well.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the list. I want to draw the curtains there. Am I safe in doing that? Jokadu? Okay. I'll call on the honorable member for Wool East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to also contribute to this very important debate regarding the future supreme law of this country. Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank the Ministry, the CRC, and this National Assembly for getting us to this stage. I want to thank the CRC for fulfilling their mandate to review and deliver this draft to the country successfully. Honorable Speaker, we all know the challenges that awaited the CRC at the early phase leading to their undertaking to review this draft. I believe that we have given them sufficient mandate to carry out their work, which they have done very, very well. So our consideration, Honorable Speaker, should be to find out from the work that was done by them whether it is satisfactorily done. For example, whether the people have taken ownership of the process, whether the people have fully participated in the process, whether the human rights framework has been the cornerstone of the review process. These are some of the issues that we must look at in our process to review it or to scrutinize it. Also, Honorable Speaker, like I said, the CRC Act, the functions that we have here, whether they've actually followed those functions to be able to give us this draft. I can read them. Functions of the Commission: A, to seek opinion and take into account such proposals as it considers appropriate, to review the 1997 Constitution, adhere to national values and ethos, safeguard and promote the following matters. 1, the existence of the Gambia as a sovereign independent state, the Gambia's republican system of governance, including its democratic values, and respect for and promotion of the rule of law and fundamental rights and freedoms, the separation of powers, national unity, cohesion, and peace, the importance of ensuring periodic democratic elections based on universal adult suffrage, including the introduction of term limits for serving in the office of president, and the Gambia's continued existence as a secular state in which all faiths are treated equally and encouraged to foster national cohesion and unity. Honorable Speaker, these are the main functions that have been identified for the CRC to use during the review process. Then I will also add some criteria which I believe is important to see whether they have captured that as well. Whether the review process has been monopolized by political elites. Is it only political elites that contributed to this? Or by any sector of society? Has it been dominated by any sector of society? That's a very important question. Whether any external organization or even a patronizing state had tried to dominate the process. Whether the CRC has looked at our local realities, sensitivities, our tradition, and other needs, whether those are properly taken care of. Those are some of the important issues that we need to look at. So in my view, as a stakeholder, I have met the CRC, I believe it's more than 5 occasions, and exchanged issues with them. And I know they have also gone to my constituency, and the people have their say. But we must be careful. Sometimes what the people would tell the CRC should not be in the Constitution. If the people say, for example, the wealthy people say, the second capital of the Gambia must be Sutukondi, should the CRC put that? And when I come here and say, well, my people said, you know, Sutukondi should be the capital, but I did not see that in the distance, so I'm not going to support it. That will be very parochial on my part. We should look at the major principles to see whether they are captured. We will never have a constitution that we will not come here to amend. Depending on the circumstances, we will always come and amend something. It will never be perfect. We have been told over and over, that it will never, we will never have a perfect constitution. There is no constitution in the world which is not being amended, depending on their time. Honorable Speaker, The other question is whether institutional safeguards are in the draft constitution. I believe that the judiciary, if you read it, is independent to the extent that it is the ultimate tool to protect our rights individually and collectively. That has been captured based on my reading and understanding. The executive, the judiciary, the legislature are being confined to their mandate under this draft constitution, so that there is no unchecked or arbitrary power or action to be done by the state. That has been fully captured by the draft. Honorable Speaker, also, do we reasonably equip the three arms of state with competence, real competence, to ensure that they carry out their mandate, to ensure that they are autonomous and prevent the concentration of power in one side? I believe the draft constitution I have read has actually done justice to that. So as far as I'm concerned, Honorable Speaker, the CRC has done justice to their function. They have captured one major thing, or few major things that we have said, that is the term limit is captured, separation of powers is adequately captured, local realities and sensitivities are also taken care of, and there is no undue interference from any external power to dominate the process of review. I have not got any evidence. In fact, the evidence I got is that the CRC has refused even donation from external sources during the time of review, even though they have been offered. I got that evidence. So, Honorable Speaker, the other main issue that was debated here is the transitional and consequential provisions. Transitional and consequential provisions, Honorable Speaker, is in every constitution. We are transiting from one order to the other. And for us, the most important thing is that we want to review our constitution so that we can transform the political and social order. I think that's the main reason why we want to carry out this review. We want to transform from the Second Republic to the Third Republic. And through that transiting, we will be affected, all of us, one way or the other, will be affected. No one will go scot-free. Everyone will be affected in one way or the other. Because we are coming from a new law, which we are used to, and going to something new. Honorable Speaker, the National Assembly is affected. Our term of tenure of office is limited by this draft. Even if it is going to be 3 months, but it's going to be limited, 3 or 4 months. But we are not killing ourselves because of that. Because we know the work we are doing is more important than our personal endeavors. Honorable Speaker, I am being bombarded here that the incumbent is losing a right that he has acquired. I've not seen that in the draft. What I have seen is that everybody has to make some sacrifice in order for us to attain what we intend to attain. Many honorable members have said that here, that to set an example, you will have to make some sacrifices. What is here, that is, he was asked to step down. If he was asked to step down, immediately this draft constitution comes into effect before his term expires. Then we can say that is an acquired right that he is missing, he is losing. But he is asked to continue. The president that is here before this draft comes into being will be the president that will become the president of the Third Republic. So his term, he has won an election and he is given 5 years, and that 5 years will be expired. He will do it. He will carry on. He's not deprived of that. That's the acquired one. The other ones, we are not yet there. Whether he's even going to win an election, nobody knows. Before you even deprive him, he has not even attained it. So nobody has deprived him of that right. But we all want to have, limit our presidents to 2 terms. 2 terms. And this constitution ensured that the incumbent has these 2 terms. If he says you are going to be limited at this 1st term, then we can say, well, you know, we said 2 terms, why are we giving him only 1 term? But we know that we have leaders like Mandela. To give a very good example, they decided to go for only 1 term of 4 years, to set an example. So we are asking him to have 2 terms. What do you want the others to have? Have it. But don't go beyond that. That's what the draft constitution is saying. Also, I don't know how we can come here and fight for the independent, the right of the president when we know that his representative is here. I believe the representative of the president will tell us whether the president is opposed to this. I have not heard any pronouncement from the incumbent that he is opposed to what is in the draft. Somebody said the CRC should ask him whether he wants this or not. If the CRC should come to ask me whether, you know, I want to be deprived of my 3 months term of office. If they want to ask everybody whether you want this or you don't want this, then we will not have a constitution. The CRC cannot go to everybody and all those who are affected to ask whether you want to be affected by this or to be affected by this. They are looking at national interests and the aspirations and wishes of our people. Honorable Speaker, the issue of supremacy of the Constitution has also been an issue. And I'm very surprised that colleagues are questioning whether or not the Constitution should become the supreme law of our land. That it is copied from Kenya and that its legality and validity should not be challenged by or before any court. That should not be the case. Honorable Speaker, my interpretation is that we have many laws in the country, including religious laws and private agreements and so on and so forth. But we are looking for a law, a supreme law, that all other laws will be consistent with. And that's why we go into a referendum, so that the majority of Gambian people will vote and decide that that becomes the case. So you can go to any Bantaba and oppose the legality and validity of the Constitution, but you cannot do it before the court. You cannot go to court and say this Constitution is not a Constitution. This Constitution is not important. You cannot say that in court. That's what it is saying. Do it anywhere else, but don't do it at court. The court will not allow you to do that. You cannot question that in court. Honorable Speaker, how many republics? We are talking about a republic, not a monarchy. In a republic, the Constitution must be the supreme law of the land. If you go to the US, it says, which many people quote, the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and any law that conflicts with it has no force. That's in the US Constitution. Any law that conflicts with the Constitution has no force. In this Constitution, 1997 Constitution, it says the Constitution is the supreme law of the Gambia, and any law found to be inconsistent with any provision of this Constitution shall, to the extent of inconsistency, be void. That's this one. Our own. Before we talk about Kenya, this one is what it says. So in Nigeria, Ghana, Uganda, other republics, even in Lilliput, when it's a republic, the Constitution will be the supreme law of the land. So that's the issue. Honorable Speaker, the draft has so many innovations. I've gone through this draft, so many innovations, innumerable ones, that has done justice to improve the governance of this country. And these are fair provisions which can only take us further and not backward. The objective is to review the transformation of the political and social order of our society, and I believe that is adequately captured in the preamble of the draft. If we look at section 132 of the draft, we will see that is private prosecutions. That was not in this one. Private prosecutions. Many times police will be reluctant to take certain cases to court, or to take certain individuals to court, or to prosecute certain people, because they call them big men or big people. But maybe they have committed crime against individuals. The rights of, trample on the rights of other individuals. But this provision has come to say when somebody commits a crime, even if the police don't want to take action, the individuals can take action against the person to ensure that he or she is punished by law. Honorable Speaker, if you look at loans, we all complain about loans, grants, and government guarantees. Loans have always been controversial. Some of us, in fact, asked for some kind of study to ensure that we have some control over these loans, to ensure that we don't overburden our people our people, future generation with so much loan to the extent that they cannot even manage their destiny. So this draft constitution has come and put some stringent, extra stringent measures to help the National Assembly to ensure that that does not happen. That's a very important innovation. Honorable Speaker, when you come to the issue of Sefolu, for me, that is controversial. Sefolu and Alkalolu. With Sefolu, you have an election, which is okay, since we agreed to an election. But then they said for life when you win an election. And in a republic, in a democracy, somebody who is elected should also have a term limit, so that people check again whether they want that person or not. Has it been serving them the way they want to serve them? And what are they going to be their functions? Even though that is left to us. They say we can come with a provision and give functions to chiefs. But I believe that needs to be put here so that we know when we are going to make them live, are they going to be ceremonial? Or are they going to continue to be magistrates? Because they are magistrates and they are administrators. They are doing all these two things in the districts. So for me, if we are going to make it election, then we have to give them a period. And when you come to the issue of Alkalolu, there has always been some argument as to who is the legitimate inheritor of the passing one. So it is important that we come with a provision that will help in addressing that. And I believe if there is commotion and people don't agree as to the traditional lines of inheritance, they don't agree, let them have an election, a simple election where all the members of that community, who have voting card can easily vote, and then they solve the problem, rather than trying to force somebody on them. I think that that's something that we should look at. Honorable Speaker, affirmative action. This draft has given a lot of impetus to that. The other half of society, the female folk. If it were not nominations, we may end up having only 3 members of the National Assembly. Are they participating in the decision-making process of this country? Are they not citizens? Should we allow the other half to just be clapping, supporting us in elections, and not allow them to participate in the decision-making of their society? So affirmative action. We should not oppose affirmative action because it's helping others to join the development of our society. Environment, Honorable Speaker. This draft constitution has made the environment a fundamental human right, which is not in the 1997 Constitution. It's not there. It's a very good innovation. Now, what I want to emphasize also, Honorable Speaker, is compromise. We all want something better. But this type of work cannot be done without compromise. If you have 319 provisions or clauses in the draft, and you happen to disagree with 5, don't kill yourself, compromise. Let's compromise. There is no need to commit suicide because of disagreement. If you ask me, I have many provisions or clauses here I do not agree. But if they pass, I will not kill myself. Because I know the fundamental principles and other important clauses that are there, the fundamental human rights clauses that are there, etc., etc., etc. All the innovations that are there have more importance, they are more positive importance to the society than the few clauses I may disagree with. And let's not tailor a constitution to serve an individual. Let's not focus on any individual. Let's focus on institutions. Let's focus on principles, ethics, and merits. Because the threshold is very high. The threshold is very high, 50% participation. Even if you agree here, after we agree, then you go and campaign, you are depriving us of the threshold. You are depriving the society of the threshold. And even to pass this stage, we need a lot of compromise. A lot of compromise. Fundamental rights, they are there. For me, my concern was fundamental rights. We should look at it to see that at least they have not given us fundamental rights with the right hand and on the left, because I see a lot of limitation on the fundamental rights. So we need to balance to see whether that is not the case. But as long as that is not the case, we should be fine with it. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank again the CRC for a very good job, for their commitment to national duty. I thank the members for a very good debate. But let's allow this draft to pass this stage, so that when we come to the next stage, we will have another debate among ourselves to see and help each other to understand a lot of these provisions, because some of us have discussed with all kinds of lawyers, home lawyers as well as backyard lawyers. Don't think that somebody who is a lawyer understands Constitution. Constitution also is a different field. So let's give ourselves time at our committee stages, because we have 16 weeks to really look at this draft. But if we become a little bit careless until we throw this into dustbin, then we are not doing justice to our people. On that note, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you. Kantora is not here. Then Busumbala.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity also to add my voice on the very most important document of the Gambia, and also to thank the history that I'm partaking in the debate of the most important document of the Gambia, which history will tell. Madam Speaker, before going further or doing anything, I want to thank the government of the day for fulfilling and adhering to the promises of reforms that they want to do, which CRC and to review the Constitution is also part of their promises that they gave, and they have adhered to that. Madam Speaker, by extension, I also want to thank CRC for adhering to all the provisions given to them in the acts that establish them, to follow all the procedures and submit the draft constitution on time. Madam Speaker, the work is now the question. Before I go further, I want to clear myself, because that will dictate where would I be. When the draft constitution was published, so many people take it as theirs to give analysis about the draft, the function of the National Assembly, the right of the people in the country. I want the minister to answer this question, because that will depend on the way I am going to vote at the end of the debate. I know as a National Assembly member, because this is not my first time to go through debates on bills, that as a member I have a right to adjust and amend bills that have been brought to us here by ministers. So as being portrayed in the society, that the National Assembly doesn't have any right to touch, neither to put a comma or a full stop on this draft. If that was stands, then I fear that it will be very difficult for the draft constitution to pass this stage. But I'm with the conviction, because I am okay with my job, that yes, the National Assembly have the power and the mandate to amend some of the irregularities that we feel by compromising to have the best document to give to Gambian people to do referendum on. Madam Speaker, the draft constitution, when you compare, is a very good book in relation to the realities or to present generation's issues that are going. Because if you look at their references, they've done research, try to get best practices of others. But the question will be, do all those best practices are applicable in this situation, practical situation of the Gambia at this time? That is the question we need to ask ourselves from this good job. Madam Speaker, I want to put this to the whole general population, that no document is ever right in the front of the National Assembly, in the front of the National Assembly. So no matter what type of quality of people we have in the CRC, when they bring the document here, our job is to scrutinize. So going through the document doesn't mean that we are trying to devalue or underrate the good job that CRC does. I'm trying to do my job. To go through this draft constitution, to see what I feel, not only me, but put it to the members, that I think this needs to be adjusted. No, this thing should not be there based on realities, by justifications. Members agree or disagree. But if it is going to be drawn at a conclusion that I will only talk, I cannot touch, I cannot change, it's going to be very difficult. Madam Speaker, if you look at it, after all the goodies of the book, there are issues, there are some provisions that I think I need clarity why those ones have been deducted from the 1997 Constitution, or Ghanaian or Kenyan, and brought to the draft for it to become a law in the Gambia. What is their justification, and what is the reality implication that they have that it will work for the best interest of the people? That's how these issues I have. But if you look at it, looking at it, if they have gone round, I have engagements with them in my constituency. If they look at the people that comes, the greater percentage are women and youth. So one aspect should have been in their mind, or I expect the draft constitution to talk something about the unemployment rate of the population. There has to be something that will force the government that it is not by me, or if I want to do it or not, but it's incumbent, as we used to say. It is the job of the government to provide jobs for the people, but our people are there without jobs. What is this draft constitution is working towards that? Madam Speaker, the salary scale of the people, poverty rate is too high in this country. I was expecting, and I want to put this thing to the question to the minister. What has this draft constitution talks about to alleviate the rate of poverty on Gambian people in the side of the salaries? Poor infrastructure. Gambia seems to be a dry sitting country. When rain comes, so to say this, everybody change into frogs. We keep on jumping from one pothole to the other. It has been here since 1965. Constitutions have been changed, government has come. I think this time the reality of the draft should focus and make sure that the government should prioritize those things, because we need to stop that. Those are the issues that I believe they should be there. Madam Speaker, I believe this draft constitution should have been a game changer. Game changer, what do I mean? The political game changer. The political climate of this country is too cloudy. If I can tell you, yesterday I was woken up by insults. Insults from people that they said it is the right to insult me. All over the world, within the country. If that is going to be the trend in our political atmosphere, where are we heading to? I expect the draft constitution to talk about that, to put a limit to that. If leaders are appointed, leaders are elected, they should be safeguarded. They should be respected. If I come here, I represent number of electors in my constituency is 36 that are on the book. But those that are coming in 2021 maybe 50. If only you, who is going to tell me, vote this way, and I want to explain to you, you said, no, I'm not listening to your concern, you raise insult on me. Do you think you want me to do the job for you? It will be very difficult. And I, as a National Assembly member representing my constituency, am I not a Gambia? Then I also have an opinion. We have consents. That's why we say we vote on consents. We take consultation from outside. You come and vote on your consent. Anything that anyone does or anything anybody says here, wallahi, if you ask, he says and does in the best interest of the people. How is it best will depend on the practical in the society. So nobody should be blamed, nobody should be insulted of what we are doing. Madam Speaker, I present myself to my constituency as an independent without no political, I don't believe in any political ideology. Because how it defines, and I see myself, this title myself as independent, I present myself to my constituents as independent. I did random selection of all, unless those who want to even see me surviving. But I've made to approach people about their consent. What others told me, if I want to come and do that one here, not only insult will rain on me, but I believe blood will come on me. But it's left to my conscience to see what might that conscience tell me about this draft. That's reality, or if he understands. It's my job now to talk to him. And I talked to some people. So we'll say 1997 is their legacy, they don't want it to go. But if you say it's my legacy, I will explain to you that no, you are misunderstanding. 1997 is not yours. But how do we build that sense of personality in 1997 is the word, the title that the politicians use. 1997 is a soldier constituency or constitution. 1997 is APRC constitution. 1997 is Yajami constitution. If you do, those that support Yajami will take it as theirs. If you do, those that are soldiers will take it as theirs. And then national documents will be personalized. So if you get your notion that you want to take it as yours and you don't want it to go, I use my position and my experience to talk to you that it was wrong. From anybody that you take that. Madam Speaker, I expect the draft constitution to talk about our Islamic sect of the people. You see, in the constitution is the right of every Gambian, right to education. But it doesn't specify which type of education. You know, we have some people in the society that go in for informal education. We have some people in the society that goes for Arabic education. And we have some people that goes to English for formal education. But what future do we target for all these categories of people that desire to acquire knowledge in this aspect? Those that are going for the informal, does the government have, or the draft constitution is going to dictate the government to have something that those people will not see themselves as destitute, as burden on the society. The Arabic, those that struggle, go all over the world to acquire knowledge. When they come, what do they end? Being an imam or a preacher. Future is cloudy for them. From the consultation I did, those ones also have a concern that their issue is not being catered. Madam Speaker, religious rights. So many rights have been said, which I really concur to all of them. Because as a human being, you need to have your right. Religious rights have been mentioned, cultural independence and the like. Madam Speaker, but I expect a thorough and a clear explanation. When the first draft was out, there was a serious outcry in the public about secularism. We cannot just keep quiet because many of the people in the society are not comfortable still with what the draft constitution is telling us about secularism. So we expect those ones to be clear. So that those sectors of the society that have doubt in that could be clear from here, so that when we give them the draft for referendum, they can decide what way to vote. Madam Speaker, I want to raise this question, and a question called me, and I think it's a concern, that cultural rights have been given. Does female circumcision been now still illegal or is open for people to do it? Madam Speaker, I want to say this. The only campaign promise I give to Gambians, which I could remember, was term limit. I will never work with anybody that want to empower leaders to inclinge into power. So the issue of term limit in the Constitution is highly supported, and I know everybody supports it, but based on principles. The principle needs to be explained. The principle needs to be explained. Talking about my concern. So the principle needs to be explained. You see, democracy is respect the right of minority, even if it is one. So if one person feels that your right is infringed, that person deserves explanation. So I want to explain the process. Madam Speaker, when we want to call for democracy, term limit, we want to avoid what? We want to uphold the high principle of democracy, and we want to avoid dictatorship. Madam Speaker, I am seeing political parties as semi-government in the makings. So why would it be also, if it's going to be a law to have term limits in the draft constitution, why won't we have it in the electoral law that a political parties, no person should also contest more than twice in an election? If you lose, you give chance to others. To avoid what? One, to avoid democracy. Two, to avoid monopoly of a political party. Because it is unfortunate here in Gambia. If you call for a political party, they think of one person. All mind goes to one person. All political parties I'm talking about. So to avoid that, to have political parties as institutions of democracy, why can't we have it also in the political law that no person should contest twice in elections? If you win, you go. If you don't win, you give chance to others to come. This is a suggestion that is coming from me. I think it is in the best interest of democracy. Madam Speaker, somebody talks about dual citizenship. I think this is a problem we need to. We see how the country was. Anybody, I give reference to 2016. We give credit to diasporas. They contributed anyhow to make sure that we had changes. When changes come, condition aroused me or forced me to get a status in another country. Not disowning my country, but because of condition, we have all struggled to change. Now you are telling me that when come to post of National Assembly and Presidency, you cannot because you are a holder of dual citizenship. Madam Speaker, I think we need to consider that issue of dual citizenship. Madam Speaker, I want to ask this question, please. I don't want to be interrupted. With all due respect, if it is not
Honorable, I see a tag. So I just want to make sure. Somebody raised the tag. What is it for?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is related to the standing order, clause 11. So I don't know whether we're going to sit beyond 6 o'clock, or would you continue, or are you going to stop at 6 o'clock? The standing order, the time frame on the standing order is from 10 o'clock to 6 o'clock, and it's coming to 6 o'clock. What are you going to decide? Are you going to stop at 6 o'clock, or are you going to sit beyond 6 o'clock?
I know that if we are to sit beyond 6 o'clock, we cannot sit beyond 6 unless there is a motion moved and agreed to by the Assembly. So what do we do? Can somebody move that we sit beyond 6 o'clock? No, where's the timekeeper? Timekeeper? You want to usurp his position? Busumana, just a second. Let's take the motion.
I definitely want to abide by Section 11.
Is he moving the motion?
I move that we abide by Section 11.
No, are you moving a motion for us to sit beyond 6 o'clock?
No, to 6 o'clock.
No,
I move that
there cannot be a counter motion. You just vote against it and it's lost.
I move that
I
move that we adjourn at 6 o'clock.
No, but if you read that section,
we stop at 6.
Honorable, if you read the clause, what it says is subject to the authority of the ABC to determine. Read it, to determine the time for commencement.
Subject to the authority of the Assembly Business Committee.
Two of us cannot speak.
To determine the time for commencement of business in plenary. And to Standing Order 14.2, Order of Business, sitting of the Assembly shall commence at 10 a.m. and shall continue until 6 p.m. unless the Assembly is previously adjourned. So I move that we adjourn 6 o'clock.
Is there any need to move a motion for an adjournment? There is no need because the standing orders indicate that at 6 o'clock we adjourn. If we want to extend beyond 6 o'clock, then we move a motion to sit beyond 6. I don't think you are in order.
I have a motion.
Nyamina?
Yes.
Let me take Nyamina, please.
Yes, Honorable Speaker has indicated I rise to move that we sit beyond 6 o'clock. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I like to second the motion.
Sorry, it has been moved and seconded that the Assembly sits beyond 6 o'clock. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those not in favor, please say no.
No.
So the ayes have it. It cannot be disputed unless you want to vote by show of hands. No, but the voice was very clear as far as, yes, Woolly West, sorry.
My problem is, if we say we sit beyond 6, up to what time? Because I'm not prepared to sit here up to 12 o'clock. I'm not prepared to be here up to even 7 o'clock. So,
specified. That should be in the body of the motion. We sit beyond 6 o'clock up to.
As the motion is decided, I think now it's decided to conclude the issue at hand. As the motion.
Woolly West, we still have about 7. Am I right? Yes, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In fact, 8 more interventions. And the assumption is that if a motion is carried for us to sit beyond 6, it means we sit beyond 6 to complete the business of the day. And that may take us to, I really cannot determine. I really cannot determine. No, please, Honorable, can we take it one by one? We cannot just be jumping like that. This is what I have been saying. If we want the floor, we can ask for it and it will be given so that we will arrive at some consensus. But we cannot be talking at the same time.
Madam Speaker.
My concern, Honorable, is that it has been moved and seconded and a vote has already been taken, which is carried, so it means that it's a decision of the Assembly, so I'm afraid we just have to proceed. Thank you. What is it? Busumbata.
Yes. This is the CRC. Oh, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Others had 7 here. Let me take it easy and then cut it short. But it is live. I have to talk. Madam Speaker, I want to help one of my colleagues who mentioned about youth participation in politics, the 10%. I really appreciate that. But I want to remind him that person he's talking about is not entrenched. So any political party can come and change it. Youth participation, Madam Speaker, I said CRC has gone round. When they went round, they met so many youths. Youths have no interest in politics. But what provision do they have to guarantee that youths are being captured by political leaders? Yes, it has been indicated in section 84G, 10% of youth participation in the National Assembly. But I want to inform this Assembly that all provisions on that 84 were entrenched or are entrenched except that G. So what signal are they telling the youth? That we only want you to come and support us, but we can betray you at any point. When we feel that there is a competent old man or old woman somewhere, we'll prefer for that one. So I am suggesting that G should be entrenched to give the assurance of the youth that every session of, how do you call it? Every legislation of the National Assembly, youth participation from every political party will be 10%. Madam Speaker, I have this concern and I want an explanation. I compare it in the 1997 Constitution. Pardoned prisoners, convicted prisoners. Nothing has been said whether they should contest in public offices, but it is in the draft, it has been clear there. The conviction stays, if I'm right, but you are free to, or you are not barred to contest in public offices. I want to ask this question. What prompted that, for that changing in the reality of the situations? Given it is a contradiction or in a comparison to another provision in the Constitution that says if you are sacked or dismissed from an entity, you are going to be banned for life. I tend to be corrected if I can go through it is captured there. So I am dismissed, do not ban me for life. Somebody is convicted, been jailed, pardoned, can contest. I want clarity and explanation in this. It's all for the best interest of the campaign people. Madam Speaker, term limit of presidents have been mentioned. I also want to suggest, wouldn't it be better to also have term limit for National Assembly members? There are so many competent youths outside. There are so many competent people who admire now to work in the National Assembly. Why can't we have a provision to give term limit to National Assembly members? If you serve for 2 years, you leave. Others come. You go and do other things in life. If there is possibility for you to pass the third at your second year. Madam Speaker, I have a question and I will never. If somebody says I will not kill myself for that, I don't think if it was, but even if it was that, to see that to have a law in the draft constitution that you feel it is infringing others' right to kill suicide, if it was, you will do. Madam Speaker, why would there be any? I have no problem conducting presidential election and national election the same day. I have no problem with that. But no provision has been set of the transition of my tenure, our tenure here. If, for example, it's going to be done in 2021 as President pronounced, the corona will not deter the election in 2021. So if presidential election is going to be held in 2021, the National Assembly election is going to be done in 2021, where is our remaining term of office? We have been cut from our term. So I want an explanation and an explanation in that to give me assurance that my debt 4 or 3 months will be covered. Madam Speaker.
Honorable Serekunda, I think there's an issue that we allow the mover of the motion to.
Honorable Speaker, I rise on the standing order 32. That is a right that if I wish to make clarification and he allows me, I will make clarification.
For the best interest of the people,
but I can
allow.
Yeah.
Did you refer to 32?
Yes.
No, I'm referring to the Honorable Serekunda.
Yes.
Are you referring to clause 32?
Yes.
Anybody's right.
Yes. It's
but if we have 2 people at the same time talking, I mean, I will not be able to get what is required or what is being requested. So we have to take it easy, one at a time. We make the request, and then if it is clarification, whatever the honorable member will allow or not, if it is point of order, then you will refer to the relevant clause. But if 2 voices at the same time, it will be very difficult with the microphone because it echoes. That's the only thing, but I am not stopping anybody, no honorable member, from exercising his or her right. I want that to be absolutely clear. Thank you.
He has allowed me, in terms of our tenure, you will see it in Schedule 4, yes, of the draft, and it says the National Assembly is page 153. 153. He said the existing National Assembly shall from the effective date continue to be National Assembly of the Gambia for the purposes of this Constitution. And it goes to say on the 3, subsection 3, paragraph 3, there is 2, there is 3 also. The extended membership of the National Assembly shall take effect, and the members thereof shall only be voted for at the next general election after the expiry of the term of the existing National Assembly.
Observation. If you look at, thank you very much, Honorable Member. If you look at the same schedule on page 154, if you look at term and language of the National Assembly, number 8.1, notwithstanding section 140, relating to the term of the National Assembly, the term of the existing National Assembly shall A, come to an end at the same time as that of the existing President, and according to the existing National Assembly shall stand dissolved on the day immediately before a general election of the members following dissolution, and B, be deemed to be a full term upon the dissolution. So even if it ends in December, that means you still have your full term, according to this, my understanding.
Madam Speaker, sorry. It's understood. But let me tell you this. Madam Speaker, are we together? No, he has to listen to me. And all the other members that are talking to also to listen to me. Madam Speaker,
let us just avoid replying to issues raised. We can clarify, because for issues raised to be responded to, I think is the prerogative of the mover. But of course, honorable members can seek for clarification. Thank you.
But I think it's also best practice in procedures to clarify issues. So I
refer to clarification.
Yes, clarification. I have no issues with that. But let me tell you, Madam Speaker, if you look at my draft, this side, there is nothing. And all what they are reading on that. So I have a blank paper here. Okay? So that means what I said, I'm on the right track because I'm not being informed by the draft constitution given to me. That's a printing error from it. Madam Speaker, I was talking about internal democracy in political parties. Because I'm seeing political parties as demi-governments in the making. Every political party wants to come up. So we need to extend our tentacles of democracy into political parties to see the activities how they're doing. I gave a review research from independents. Which political party did a change of leadership in terms of contesting? From my research, they told me it's only Doyle that did. And I think that's a very good principle of democracy. Because in contesting, you sell two things. You sell the ideology of the political party and you sell the individual as a figure. All political parties have a very good ideology to develop the country. But why are they not winning? Probably it depends on individuals. So to have that, why can they change? I want to applaud for us to have that internal democracy in political parties. Madam Speaker, I gave an example of a provision here, section 29(3), which says that consequences of contravention, if a person has been dismissed or otherwise, he shall, section 23, if I can refer, is banned for life. To me, that one is harsh. And again, it is in contradiction of allowing a convict to contest. Madam Speaker, age limit. I want to clear it here. I think age limit of presidency, you see, Gambia is a young generation. It has been indicated in section 27 that a retired, no, this is section 39, a retired civil servant cannot, who has been receiving pensions, cannot receive another thing. That's left to the draft. So that means to me, they are trying to get away with old ones to give chance to young ones. So if we want to transform the civil service, why can't we also transform the highest office of the nation? Let there be age limit, upper age limit, because it says from 35. Let there be upper age limit for presidential candidate. Freedom of religion, page section 49. I think I have to go to that one. Section 49, subsection 3. It says a person shall, or the person may not be denied access to any institution, employment, or facility, or the employment of any right because of the person's belief or religion. Madam Speaker, enjoyment. What are you trying to do? Enjoyment, okay. Madam Speaker, to me, that may, conditional may, shouldn't be there, it should be sub. Let the minister help me. But I think that one should be a condition that it should be compulsory. No person shall be denied access to any institution, employment, or facility, or the enjoyment of any right because of the person's belief or religion. Not to make it an if conditional, but let it be a force that no person shall be denied. To be mandatory. Madam Speaker, so many rights have been given. I accept those ones because I want nobody to take my right. But Madam Speaker, I believe if rights have been indicated, duties of citizens should also be indicated. Because I believe every citizen has a duty towards the government. But I tend to be corrected, or I tend to be directed to any person. I don't see any provision that talks about duties of citizens towards the country. So which I believe there should be a provision to outline the duties of citizens. Madam Speaker, impeachment of presidents. How will it be so easy to impeach a president than to dismiss a high court judge? Somebody mentioned it here. Less than one half of the whole National Assembly can impeach a president who has been elected by the whole country. To me, that one is too small for that. Look at this draft for it to come into force. We are asking about 75%, 3/3. More so an officer who is going to control the implementation of this one, just to be impeached with less than half of the National Assembly members. Honorable Minister, I want a consideration in that. Madam Speaker, how do you call it? Retroactive law. I am guided by 1997 Constitution, which guide us to promulgate this Constitution. It is clear, I may need another explanation, but through my understanding, it bears National Assembly to pass a law that is retroactive. So why this Constitution this draft is bringing that? So I want assistance on that. But I want the Honorable Minister to help me on that. Honorable, let's just speak it. The Honorable Minister can do that.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Yes, point of order.
Where is your authority, please?
But listen to me. Honorable Yes, Honorable Speaker, clause 67(1) of the point of order, yes. Clause 67(1). 67(1) of the standing orders, which states, or do I have to wait you? Yes, exactly, Honorable Speaker. Clause 67(1) did indicate, Honorable Speaker, after the second reading of a bill, members will be given the opportunity to debate on the general merits and the principle of the bill. But it is like the Honorable Member is going into the substantive issues of the bill, which is not actually the case here. That might be dealt with when we get to the next level, that is the third reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable, can you just adapt to so that you can confine your interventions?
I believe that's a procedure.
Let me finish the sentence.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. This clause is very clear. At this stage, we are dealing with the general merits, the principles and merits of the bill. So if we can just confine our interventions to that. Thank you. I had in fact indicated that earlier on one or two occasions, but it appears as if sometimes we get derailed and we are carried by. Thank you. You can proceed.
Madam Speaker, I think I'm not carried. This is the way I planned, and then I think there was a procedural defect somewhere. Some do it, some, but no problem. It happens to be me that to be put through, I accept it. Madam Speaker, elections of, I could remember CRC, this was my contribution to them. It was also part of my contribution that speakers should be elected from outside. That was from me as a layman suggestion to them. So if they feel like, yes, speakers should be elected from outside, the procedure should be indicated to me. Because I believe that's the mandate given to them. So to me, when I read section 145(2), the election of the speaker, there is a vacuum there. I need clarity in that. Section 135, oh, you say let me not go by section to section. Madam Speaker, okay. Recall of the MPs. In the same reference I gave to the president. If the president is elected by the whole country, and an MP is also elected by the whole constituency. And mark you, when you are elected, you come here, you took oath, you're representing the whole constituency across all political lines you have in your constituency. So to have 1/3 of your electorates to sign a petition to recall an MP, I think we need to safeguard. To also contest in these positions is not easy. You stake your personal integrity in this position. So don't only see me that I'm a servant of the people, so I could be slapped anyhow, front and back, as the case is now, insulting people. I know if you go to social media, they're insulting, but I made it very clear in the morning, my conscience is leading me here. So, Madam Speaker, I think that one needs to be adjusted. Chief Justice coming here for confirmation, Madam Speaker, I said as it is now, the situation in the Parliament is too politicized. Even if you don't intend it that way, if you stand, people divine you and put in a political frame. So I believe our Justice Ministry, our judges should be non-political. Somebody gave a reference, I don't know whether we understand. And that is what we are trying to portray. For us to confirm the appointment is no problem, but with the situation. And that leads me, what is this draft constitution is bringing to make sure that the National Assembly members are not being carried out by political sentiments. This is the reality that is happening here. I even gave an example to one interview that I conducted. I expect the National Assembly, Office of the National Assembly, to be non-political in the constituency. How would that be? The government need to fund and furnish a non-political office for Office of the MP, where everybody in that constituency will have the right to come and put their suggestions and petitions to the MPs. But as it is now, MPs have political bureaus. Those that have said, I've consulted, they didn't consult, they consult their political cohort. So to have it as you have it across all political lines in your constituency consultation, I believe the draft constitution will bring that office of the MP in the constitution to be non-political, so that we can be able to represent across. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was confused, so I need clarity here. They say the draft constitution cannot be challenged in the court. Somebody was trying to explain to me, but I still need more explanation. What is the reason to have that one as a provision in this draft constitution that all the provisions in this draft constitution cannot be challenged in the court? Okay, clarity, my friend. You are saying because you spoke about it. You spoke on it. Madam Speaker, yes, I talked about somebody, honorable member for Kiang, I don't know, Kiang Central, spoke about the autonomy. I told him you did a very good point because I was trying to get that one, autonomy of the National Assembly. You see, if we are not autonomous, we are not given all the powers to be able to do our functions and be safeguarded with a whip, so that if you want to do your work or use your seat based on political sentiments, this and this thing will happen to you. So for the National Assembly to be autonomous financially and everything is very good. So if it is captured in the National Assembly, the draft constitution, as I've been informed by my colleagues, it's something very good. Madam Speaker, the welfare of your National Assembly members. Some 3 years ago, I was involved in an accident with my colleague, which is very strange. 2 National Assembly members going to the same work from the same political party had an accident. It is confusing, but Madam Speaker, I believe at that time, we are the one driving our car, we are in a rush, calculating to a meeting, and unfortunately it happens. Madam Speaker,
Honorable, really, I think that that's a deviation. Please,
you know,
I have my experience over the last couple of years is that it's been very difficult for us to be able to distinguish between details and general principles and merits of a bill during the second reading of a bill. So really the fact of National Assembly members being involved in an accident really doesn't touch on the principles of this particular bill. So you have to look for a way of...
Madam Speaker, I think I'll be very low in the job that I'm doing for not to be able to connect what I'm trying to explain and the reality of what is happening here. If you allow me, I would have gone forward, you would understand why I'm bringing that one. If you said I shouldn't be proud of it, Madam Speaker, to conclusion, the welfare of your MPs are at disarray. MPs are driving themselves, MPs are failing themselves, MPs are maintaining themselves. What is the welfare of the MPs? It's not being captured here. That's what I was trying to say. Because as an MP going to work, why should you drive yourself? When ministers and permanent secretaries have drivers. So this is why I was trying to say, if you say you don't understand why I was bringing that accident, maybe you just look at... Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, somebody talks about ministerial, or the draft constitution talks about ministerial appointment here. Madam Speaker, I differ, and strongly differ, with the situation that is happening in this National Assembly, and ministers are political appointees that are appointed to help the government or the president, who has been elected by the people to execute a function in the country, for those people, ministers to come here for confirmation. It is fine, based on the realities that there is non-political interference in our activities. So, Madam Speaker, at this point in time, that's why I was saying, at this point in time, I don't expect that provision to be, and again we used to say here, don't be a judge and a jury. If I can favor a minister to come so stop there. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about SAFOs. Somebody mentioned about SAFOs here. The draft says SAFOs will be elected, but it further says that SAFOs will not be involved in politics. I am doubtful here. Elections comes through politics. So if I am elected through politics, you want me to say, now, and then during your politics, people will help you. Now, somebody also wants to do politics to have a position, you fold your hand. You say the law says that. Is the law fair in that situation? Madam Speaker, I want clarity in that. I want to say that provision, no. If SAFOs are going to be appointed, SAFOs, that's inevitable that they will be involved in politics. So if we want to continue and maintain that SAFOs to be elected, then let us have a provision that they will partake in elections, in politics. If we don't want that, then let's see another way of appointing and nominating as SAFOs. And also life expenses, no. And also life, for a SAFO to be elected, somebody mentioned it here as a matter of democracy. I am elected, after 5 years I have to go back to my people. So how can I be elected to become a SAFO and serve for life? Democratically, it is undermining something there. So, Madam Speaker, I want the minister to consider that SAFO's appointment is not clear, and also the alcalos. Alcalos, the appointment, I really accept that one. They should be on lineage of the founders of the community. But again, the remuneration of these SAFOs and the alcalos is not being mentioned. And I have not seen any person which says an act of the National Assembly will decide. I start to be corrected. I thought if that is to happen, there has to be a provision that will say an act of the National Assembly will decide the remuneration of the SAFOs and the alcalos. Madam Speaker, very critical point. Right to marry. Section 54. This one, you will allow me, Madam Speaker, let me talk about that, because I cannot talk what I want to say if I don't go back to the right to marry. 54. Yeah, 54.
It's been done before.
Madam Speaker, I read, with your permission. Right to marry and found a family is ambiguous, and I don't understand. From my consultation, I have a conclusion, and I want to be clear. A man and a woman of full age. This is English language. Might be different from the language we speak in class or on the streets. But a technical language in court. You have article. Article A before a subject, O, D, or an. So if you have a man, and again, and a woman, I have this confusion there to be clear. Is it that you are giving that man is an entity where marriage can occur among themselves? Woman is also an entity where they can marry or and across. To avoid the right of gay and lesbians in this country. To make it very clear. I want to be clear whether this constitution is not giving an ample limit or a limit to gay rights and lesbianism in this country. Madam Speaker, my last point will be on security. Security. Thank God, yes, that's not a problem. It's always like that. When you speak, people listen to you. When people are speaking, you feel bored. Leave the chambers. Madam Speaker, security, when I compare the 1997 Constitution and this one, I have a question. We all know that the past regime, security was one of the tools that we allied the former government used to intimidate and victimize people. So if we want to avoid what had happened not to happen, the right functions, definition of all the security officers or institutions should be well spelled out. It should be all spelled out in this constitution. I'm having so many answers from my back here. Is there or not there? My friend, I'm directly addressing the speaker and the minister to address. I believe what I went there is the military and the police, which is not even captured well. If you compare the function of the military from 1997 to 2000, it is not captured as it needs to be captured. As it is today, I've done my consultation with them. They need some adjustment because they are also with the conviction that, and they are also with the assurance that the allege that people put on them, that they were used as tools, they don't want to be used again. So to avoid that, their rights and functions should be well spelled in the draft constitution. So that no authority from anywhere will dictate them to do something. If they are dictated, they will go to the constitution whether it's part of their mandate. Because TRRC is a living witness and a classroom for all of them, or all of us. Only the military, the police, nothing about the immigration, the intelligence services, only their names have been mentioned there. And then I see no provision that says an act of parliament should come to define the functions of these institutions. So to me, I'm not satisfied to allow this draft constitution to go like this when we don't take care of our security institutions, because I don't want what had happened to happen again. So Madam Speaker, based on this, from all the good job that the CRC did, I want very good. Thank you for reminding me. This is the beauty of the debate. The last one is now. Madam Speaker, I want to say that all this talk and all these insults that were even happening shouldn't have happened. If we see this document as a shareholder thing, that I do my job, you don't just hold it and say, okay, now my job is finished, it's the National Assembly. And I want to question the office of the clerk, if he's here, if he can answer, the clerk can answer. Huh? He has no authority, but through because that's what I was looking for. When I was given this one, I went to the clerk. Are we going to have a retreat as we used to have on the budget? Because I was expecting for CRRC, after submitting this to the executive, to the president, they know the CRC very good, and I was also trying to rectify somebody on CRRC here. CRC, I was with the belief that when they, because now as it is now, I'm seeing it as the document from the minister, from the executive. But when it was sent to the executive, it was CRRC document. So I was with this contention and belief that CRRC would have engaged the National Assembly to have a second thought on all issues. There are this talk and this insult that people think that we are against the draft constitution will be avoided. Because so many issues have been raised here. Nobody, I want to make it very clear, nobody is against to have a progressive development and progressive laws of this country. But we want procedures to be followed. We want consents to be clear. We want doubts to be dealt with. So if that is done, my friend, I see myself as a citizen of this country, and I will never work in any group that will jeopardize this country. So everybody has a clean heart, based on consent and based on proper procedure. Madam Speaker, on that note, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Talindi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. I will also like to join my colleagues to commend the CRC for a job well done. Madam Speaker, I will begin my intervention by asking whether this document, this draft constitution is qualified to go for a referendum. And I have my reasons spelled out in section 308, subsection B. The bill is submitted by, this subsection B, at least 50% of the person entitled to vote voted at the referendum. My doubt is we have many young ones who are aging and are meeting the age criteria of 18. I don't know whether these people will qualify to vote because page 37, section 77, subsection 4, electoral law also is saying that National Assembly shall not amend or repeal or introduce any law in relation to election within a period of 9 months before elections are held. So, if we want to take this document to the referendum, and are we going to organize a voter registration for these children to be qualified to vote? Madam Speaker, I know CRC has consulted many groups during the drafting, but I don't think this really sounds the general opinion of every Gambian, because we received a complaint from the Gambian National Army that their inputs are not captured in the draft constitution, and they make several follow-up, but they cannot come to term. Madam Speaker, coming to the judiciary aspect, where the Solicitor General and Legal Secretary, the President should appoint based on the confirmation from the National Assembly. Madam Speaker, I feel so skeptical for this thing because we've seen party interest over national interest in this National Assembly. People wanted to support a bill so that elected members of local government can lose their position. So I believe that thing we need to revisit it and check for another thing that will suit the appointment. Appointments also were thrown out here out of hatred and jealousy because we've seen eminent personalities whose appointments has came here and they were rejected. Madam Speaker, going to political parties, section 82, subsection 3B, they said no political party shall engage in or encourage violence by intimidating members, party members, or encourage intimidating of its member, supporters, opponent, or any other party. We've seen people outside the country sitting in their comfort zone, as earlier alluded to by my colleague, who are intimidating innocent people, assassinating their character, but the Constitution didn't say anything about that. They only say self. So I think there should be a restriction or a law that will stop them, anybody found wanted to face the full force of the law. Madam Speaker, appointment of judges. I think this. Appointment of Supreme Court judges, that it should be a number of 4 or not less than 4 or not more than 12. I believe this one also, and one need to be a specialist in Sharia. I believe we need to add it to two Sharia judge, because if you see the way English students are represented, it's like the Islamic students are less represented. Madam Speaker, going further, as my colleagues mentioned, that they receive many amounts of insult before the passing of this CRC. And I must say that I was so disappointed by one of our activists who is stationed in this National Assembly here and is representing the Westminster Foundation for Democracy. And I am calling on the clerk of the National Assembly to work in consultation of the Westminster Foundation. Because if they are promoting democracy, I believe an elected representative of the people should not be intimidated, or the affair of the House should not be undermined, because they are asking that the NAM should not touch or change anything. This is a very misleading information, and I'm calling on the authority to work fast on this.
On a point of order, Honorable Speaker.
I'm not allowing no
Honorable, this is a point of order.
No, Honorable, I think it's a concern that I think you can raise, but then when you're debating on the principles of the bill, I think the concern should be separated from your debate. Noted. But you can still raise the concern, but outside at the conclusion of your debate. Your intervention, thank you. Proceed.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I think another recipe for disaster is Section 106, which one half of the resolution that was passed by the National Assembly can impeach a president. I think we need to be very careful, because some of the members, their constituencies represent less number, like 1,000 or 1,005. So if they said one half of the majority can impeach the president, that is not the power of the Gambian people that was vested on the president. Madam Speaker, the last but not the least page 167, that speaks about the term limit of the president. If there is anybody in this parliament who will support the term limit of the president, I will be the first to accommodate the legacy of the coalition government. But, and this, it reads, notwithstanding, term of office of incumbent president, notwithstanding anything contained in this consequent constitution or any other law or any rule of interpretation or rule of construction, the term of office of the person holding the office of president as the effective date shall be construed to include the existing term, and the person may contest election for a presidency for only one more term, as provided in the Constitution after the expiry of the existing term. Madam Speaker, laws should be applied based on equity and not to be politically driven, because you may make a law to target certain individual or group and it will haunt you back. On that note, Madam Speaker, I submit and beg to take my seat.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Upper Sanu.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And thank you very much, all the honorable members. Honorable Speaker, we are here today, or for the past few days, to discuss a document which was presented to the President and to the nation by the CRC, who were created by an act of parliament approved by ourselves here. They have done a job, and according to the act also, they have submitted everything they were supposed to submit. They've submitted a draft. They've submitted a report of the Constitution Review Commission on the draft Constitution itself, and they've also submitted an explanatory memorandum to the draft Constitution. So the assignment we gave them to do, to compile views of the Gambian people, they have completed. So we say thank you, CRC.
To correct my records. Jara, just a second. Honorable Member for Jara West, did you raise your flag, your constituency tag? Yeah, okay. I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you. So.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have a bill before us. And the bill is the Constitution of the Republic of Gambia 2020 Promulgation Bill 2020. That's what we have here. And is following procedures that are clearly indicated in our Constitution. It is the bill, and the only difference with other bills that we have seen here, because the Constitution specifically tells us exactly how to deal with it. That is the only difference, but otherwise, the National Assembly, being the only legislative body in this country, has the right to touch, to amend anything they want, because it's just a regular bill, and the Constitution gives us the permission or the power to be able to do that. So for those that are actually sending misleading information to the public, telling that a comma or a full stop cannot be changed, you are sending the wrong message. You have no idea about what you are talking about. These plastic intellectuals, I may call them, sit within the four corners of their houses, start sending messages to people of this country with wrong information, because they depend solely on Professor Google. Here, what we deal with is the Constitution of the Republic of Gambia and our standing orders. That's what we deal with here. So if you're going to say anything dealing with what we do here, you quote the law, quote the standing order, or quote the Constitution of the Republic of Gambia. Do not mislead people. Tell the people the truth. If you have an opinion, it's an opinion, but you must be able to differentiate an opinion and a fact. What you are telling me is just your own opinion, it's not a fact. We need to differentiate that. Please help to educate the population. Do not mislead them. Honorable Speaker, the task I said earlier was completed by the CRC. And the Minister of Justice actually came with a bill that we are actually reviewing. And may I say, I have not seen yet a constitution in this world that's actually perfect. I'm yet to see that, or I'm yet to hear that. Now, for me to make a decision, informed decision, Honorable Speaker, what I did is I made my own independent research in terms of reading the bill and the schedule that was given to me. I've already made use of the explanatory memorandum from the CRC as well, and I've also gone through the report from the CRC as well. I've also consulted with legal luminaries in this country. I've also consulted with the financial expert in this country to help me make a decision. So any decision I make here today in this parliament, I guarantee you, it is my own conscience. I'm not under the duress of anybody or under any force or any group of people that influence me to make any decision here, not a political party at all. The decision I make here is fully mine, and I take full responsibility. We have, as I go through this document, which is the bill, with the schedule that is before us, I have seen some fantastic and very progressive areas that the CRC actually has recommended. Very progressive, I've seen. If you look at chapters 1 through 5, there are a lot of similarities with the 1997 Constitution, chapter 1 through 5. A lot of similarities and a lot of good things that we can actually nurture as a young democracy. Now, when we go through the political parties also, I think they need to be accountable to the people. I don't see anything that is wrong with this section 84 dealing with political parties. I think it's very progressive. We are servants of the people. We need to be accountable to the people. We need to let people know exactly how we manage our political parties. We need to let people know where are the finances coming from. We need to let them know. They need to understand. It cannot be a one-man show where I will decide everything in a political party. It cannot be that. We need to reach beyond that. Now, progressively, Section 89. I think for a very long time, since 2017, most members have mentioned Presidential Address to the Nation, SONA, where we are in the month of September, and the President just addressed the nation last week. Most of us here have spoken for the past 2-3 years that there is a need for the president to come earlier to parliament to tell us exactly the plans he has for the particular year. How did we do the previous year, and how are we trying to do in the current year? But if you wait until the end of the year to tell us something about the activities of government, what government plans to do, don't you think it's too late? And I think that has been corrected by the draft or the schedule that is given to us. It has been corrected, and I love it. Now, if you go to section 94 also of the schedule that is before us here, that is the disqualification of a president. When you want to contest, there are a lot of requirements that you have to actually undergo, and one of it is your financial information that needs to be submitted to the anti-corruption, and the anti-corruption will vet that whether what you've submitted is the true reflection of your finances. I think that is progress. However, the section was short, because if you submit your financial information to the Anti-Corruption Commission, and they do their research and realize that you actually underdeclared or there was some falsification, it has not said anything next. For me, I believe if any presidential aspirant has not declared your finances properly, and the Anti-Corruption Commission was able to capture that you've underdeclared, I think you should be disqualified immediately. Because you are being the head of state. The head of state must act in a manner where your ethical behaviors should be exemplary. So that they fall short on that particular section. If you underdeclare or you show something that's incorrect, I think you should be disqualified automatically. Honestly, moving right along. The procedures, which is section 97, that is the procedures in the election of a president. I think these are also very progressive, actually. If you compare that with the 1997 constitution, it's really very progressive. The term limit, I think everybody here, I've not seen anyone here yet that has said they don't want the term limit. And during discussions, for people like me, they thought I was crazy when I mentioned one term limit of 7 years. Somebody thought I was crazy, but I was not. But I agree, 2 terms of 5 years, non-negotiable. We must not encourage, or we must not push our leaders where they continue to be on those positions forever. Even if you go to the state-owned enterprises in this draft, they have a term limit. There's a period of time that you can serve as the executive director of a state-owned enterprises. This is progress. This is what we need to look for. You cannot be in those institutions acting as if like this your own. It cannot be that way. We have people. Now, if you also see the most interesting, which is section 131 of the draft, which is the director of public prosecution. Their independence, I know it has been questioned by in some quarters. But I think to help them also do their job better, you make them an independent office, I fully support. And I think that's also progress. They must not be under any influence in cases whether to prosecute or not to prosecute. In case of they want to withdraw a case, they must be on their own without the influence of anybody. They must be independent. And I totally support that. Honorable Speaker, may I also inform the people actually that are listening, the number of people that actually have called me asking me to say yes, and the number of people that are also asking me to say no. And I was very clear. Some of them, I asked them, give me 5 reasons why I have to say yes. Some I asked, give me 5 reasons why I have to say no. But during that conversation, Honorable Speaker, I was able to realize that they, in fact, have not even gone through this draft. So you cannot push me to the corner. I am not somebody that can be intimidated easily. And I cannot be pushed from my perch, because what I believe is what I believe. But I have to listen to the people. I am a servant of the people. I have to listen to their aspiration, what they want. I have to listen. But at the end of the day, I'm the one that will make the decision here. And my conscience will be very clear. I'll make a decision and go home and sleep. So most of them, I ask them to wait till today, then they will know exactly where I stand. In some situations, it's very progressive, but I also have some concerns, and I'm sorry that the Attorney General, actually, I have to put it on you, because the CRC cannot be here to answer those questions, so I'm going to have to put it on you. So I want to apologize in advance. Now, Honorable Speaker, let me talk a little bit about finance. If you look at Section 144, which is talking about development fund. Honorable Speaker, if I may read, Section 44, subsection 1. There is established a development fund into which shall be paid at least 5% of all revenues collected by the government each year, calculated on the basis of the most recent audited accounts of revenues received as approved by the National Assembly. Then 2, the government shall use the development fund only to provide basic services, including water, roads, health facilities, electricity, to marginalized groups. These are etc., etc., etc. I think this is novel. This is really novel. The only issue I have with that particular section, the only issue, I think the idea is excellent. It's very progressive. If you tell me the 5% of all revenues collected by the government, please listen to me well. In our current situation, in the budget, we have the recurring budget and we have development budget. And I did some math a little bit in my research. What I realized, Honorable Speaker, is this. If I take 5 ministries, like the Minister of Works, the Minister of Agriculture, the Minister of Health, the Minister of Higher Education, the Environment, their total development budget is about 1.1 billion. They're combined. Now, if I have to take what has been mentioned here, 5% of what government collected is like 50% of that amount. Is that really what we want to do? Do we really want to reduce the development budgets? Or we want to increase it? So my question here is, there needs to be a mechanism to change the way those monies for the development budget actually are collected. 5% is on the low side. If you do the math, just go back to your approved budget and look at it, the development budget for only 5 ministries, 5 only. You realize that it's twice the 5% that the draft is actually asking for. Then I ask myself, what was the rationale from the CRC? What kind of figures or what kind of calculations actually have they used to arrive at that 5%? I do not know. Because currently, the approved budget for the 5 ministries, the development budget itself is over 1 billion. But this is way below it. Last year, if I remember right, I think the total collection of GRA was about 11 billion. And if you take 5% of that, you are talking about almost 5.5, which is half of what we actually approved for the budget. So we got to look at that one. The funding mechanism got to change because it's on the low side. Now, I continue right along. Section 248, which is the limit on borrowing, somebody actually has this mentioned. I think this is also a very good thing. We cannot let our debt situation continue to rise, and there is no limit. We must put a ceiling. We must put a ceiling, and in the event that ceiling needs to be busted, then this will come back to Parliament for us to approve. But I think the debt ceiling area in this draft, I think, is a welcome idea, and I think I will fully support that particular one. Honorable Speaker, I need not go further to mention more on these areas that are really very progressive in this draft, really very progressive. I'll shift my attention now to the other side, which is where I have concern, and I want the Minister to help me understand more. Now, Honorable Speaker, if you look at Section 39, that is the protection of liberty, of the schedule that is before me, which is Section 49, freedom of religion and conscience. Subsection 4, sorry, I'm referring to Section 39. Sorry about that, Honorable Speaker, which is protection of liberty. Subsection 4, which an arrested person has the right to, and if you go to F, it says, to be brought before a court as soon as reasonably practicable, save as otherwise provided in an act of the National Assembly, not later than 48 hours after being arrested. Or, if the 48 hours ends outside ordinary court hours, or the day that is not an ordinary court day, the next day. Honorable Speaker, I think 48 hours is too short. It's too short. We have transborder crimes, sorry. We have people that will be in this country and then commit a crime, and investigation needs to go to the other country, to the other side of the border. How can we do that reasonably for the hours to do the investigation and the charge? We must let the police give them enough time, and I'll go with what the 1997 said, about 3 days, which is about 72 hours. I think that's enough. 48 hours, I think, is just too short. So I think that's one area that we need to talk about, Honorable Speaker, and then when we get to the floor, then we can see what we can do. Now, Section 27 of the draft, again, let me make a reference to that one as well. A restriction on the activities of public officers. I think some people did mention it. Honorable Speaker, this is an actual issue, and I'll give myself as an example. I'm serving the population here in the National Assembly, and I'm also working full-time. But what I do at my office has nothing to do here. And I think most people here would agree with me that to some extent I have been effective, and the work that I do actually has not affected what I do in this parliament here. Honorable Speaker, we have seen doctors, we have seen nurses in this country that will finish their office work at the Ministry of Health. From there, they go do part-time or full-time in another institution, private. We want to deny them that right. Let's think about that properly. Even though I understand, this section is actually also saying there may be exceptions. But why can't you just let it open? If you have the interest of your own institution, I mean, there are guidelines. Your work is from 8 to 4 or from 3 to 11, whatever it is. But to restrict people from being able to take up another job somewhere in this country, I think, Honorable, that is backward. We need to let people be able to take any other job, like at the University of the Gambia. I did lecture there part-time, so that means my current situation, I will not be able to do that anymore. We have seen people doing that. The nurses, the doctors, even the teachers themselves. Some of them, you are here. You go, you finish your first shift, and your second shift, you go to a private school and then continue your work. Why should we deny people that? Honorable Speaker, continuing right along, the issue of citizenship. I think a lot of people actually have raised, but the only issue I have with the issue of citizenship is, which is Section 173. If you go to the report, it tells you something different. People that are born in this country, Honorable Speaker, they must be citizens of this country. I do understand. People are thinking aloud about the resources of this country. But that should not mean we should deny them right. My first 2 children, Honorable Speaker, they were born outside this country because I was away. Automatically they were given citizenship. Why would I stand here and deny somebody the same right that was accorded to my children outside this Gambia? Why? Why should I do that, Honorable Speaker? If you are born in this country, Honorable Speaker, regardless of your parents, you should be a citizen. I do understand in other jurisdictions, there are steps that you have to take. Maybe you call them second-class citizens, fine. But here, my belief is if you are born here, you must be a citizen of this country. Interestingly enough, Honorable Speaker, when you look at page 49 of the CRC report, page 49 of the CRC report, on the issue of citizenship, it was very clear that the majority of Gambians, that's what they wanted. That's what they told us. It's not that I'm making up stuff. That's what the CRC told us, that the majority of Gambians from their consultations, they wanted anybody born in this country to be a citizen of this country. That's what they wanted. But how comes then? They have not indicated the will of the people in the draft. Why? If the consultations should be the opinion of the people that you've consulted with, and they said, this is what I want, put it there. But what they put there was contrary. And if you look at the people in diaspora, most of them, that's exactly, most of them, they agreed. So, this is what people wanted, leave it there. And let others decide on the next step on that particular issue. And that's the reason why I tend to have two minds. When people say that the draft, it reflects everything on what the people actually wanted. I say no. And I'll give you reasons later on, Honorable Speaker. I'll give you 5 or 6 different examples where the people said this CRC gave us different. I'll show you. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, the issue of age limit, Honorable Speaker. Upper age limit, I mean. Upper age limit. Now, I refer you to page 94 of the, you know, I have to go through all these documents just to ensure that I know what I'm talking about. Go to page 94. And 94, the CRC is actually talking about the upper age limit. In their consultations, on page 94, there are suggestions that there needs to be an upper age limit. Most of the people they consulted, they wanted to have that there, upper age limit. But they could not agree on the age, whether they wanted 70, 75, or 80, they could not agree on anything. But CRC took it upon themselves to actually remove it. But people wanted to have an upper age limit. Why? Honorable Speaker, you see, when we are dealing with this situation, we need to be very careful. You said if you are 18 years of age, you can register to vote, but you cannot be a president until you are 30 years. Why? Because they said that at that time you are 30, the experience may come there. But Honorable Speaker, let's say the facts. When time you are 80 or 85 or 90, Honorable, they start calling you the kid of a now. That's the reality. We cannot have a president that will stand even on the podium. Somebody has to help him to stand on the podium. We cannot have that. And we've seen that in this Africa here. Why? Why? When we have energetic people of that nation that could do that work. But you stand on the podium, protocols have to stand and flank you. The one we have here in this continent. Why? So the same thing we are talking about from 18 that you don't have the experience to be president until you are 30. Let's do the same thing because at the time your mind is actually changing like a small child. By the time you are 80, 85. But you see people contesting for elections when they are 80, when they are 85 or 90. Why? Aren't there citizens in that particular country that could take the affairs of the country forward? Why don't we have that? CRC has denied us. Because I fully support upper age limit to be a president of this republic. I fully support that. But when people spoke in their reports here, it's very clear when they said on their report here. It says, 94, CRC said this, not me. Having carefully reviewed public opinion, it's clear that an overwhelming majority of Gambians prefer that an upper age limit be prescribed for an aspirant for the office of the president. That's what people wanted. This is not my making. But they remove it. Why? Because they could not agree on the age, 70, 80, or, well, if you're going to remove it, then just put something there. Then when you come to Parliament, Parliament can look at to see what is actually reasonable and justified. We put that age there. But I fully support the upper age limit. That one, Honorable Attorney General, you have to give me some explanation. Why was it removed when the majority of government wanted it? Why? Because you are the one that brings this bill here. So you tell me, why? Honorable Speaker, the other area I want to touch on, which is the independent institutions. These independent institutions, I think, is a good idea. You are talking about the National Audit Office, you are talking about Anti-Corruption Agency, you are talking about National Human Rights Commission, etc. I think they've been mentioned very clearly in the Constitution that their offices need to be very independent, which we actually agree 100%. But their funding mechanism to allow them to be able to do their job, I do not agree, and I want the Honorable Justice Minister to tell me exactly why. If you say Parliament cannot reduce their budgets, you tell me Parliaments cannot do anything with their budget actually, in actual fact. In fact, even if their budget has to be reduced, it cannot be below what was approved the previous year. Where is good public finance management? Where is it? Budgets are estimates. They are not cast and stone, they are estimates. I'll come to the judiciary later on. But I just want to show that independent institutions cannot have that open concept of their budget, that they budget whatever they want to budget. National Assembly cannot do anything about it. We cannot do that. We should be able to control it. Members, I'm telling you, if we agree to this particular section here, we are tying our hands. Yeah. We are tying our hands, and we are tying the hands of the Ministry of Finance. That's exactly what we are doing here. We cannot do that. You and I know the nature of this economy. You and I know that every month what GRA collects, that is what is taken and distributed among all the ministries. First about salaries, second about loans that we have taken to pay. And now you're going to allow 5 or 6 or more independent institutions a budget that we cannot control. You tell yourself, is that what we want? Where is the democracy we are talking about? We need to be very careful. And I would like the Honorable Attorney General, I'm sorry, but again, you are the one that brought this thing to me. Okay, so you have to help me understand why. You have to help me understand. I want you to convince me that this is the right thing to do. Convince me. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, another area that I also have got. You see, the confirmation of ministers, confirmation of the Supreme Court judge, of all Supreme Court judges, including the Chief Justice, confirmation of ministers, and the confirmation of executive directors of state-owned enterprises. Honorable Speaker, confirmations are good.
My technical team that you should address the chair.
Okay, that's fine. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But, you know. Okay. Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, you see, the confirmations are really very good. But let's tell ourselves the truth, the reality, in the current situation, in the political polarization of this parliament. Let's talk to each other. Honorable Speaker, the situation here. We know what happened to Ndaunjai here when he was brought here for confirmation. We know what happened. The vote was not based, it was purely based on political lines. Is that what we want for the judiciary? Is that what we want? We want to have an independent judiciary. That's what we want. If we really want to have an independent judiciary, we must not take part in their appointment. We must not take part in their. We cannot let them be free. But if the political situation allows, where people think independently from their political parties, yes, I don't have a problem with that. But as long as we are driven by political parties' agenda, Honorable Speaker, I cannot accept that. Thank you. Thank you. And let me make this clear, Honorable Speaker. In some jurisdictions, we have seen that. Some, they call themselves the beacon of democracy. We have seen them. We've seen how they politicize confirmation of judges. Right now, as we speak, in one state, well, I don't want to mention the country, but right now what happened? One of the Supreme Court judges passed away last week. Now they're trying to, you see the political vultures going on. And what's going to end up happening is, when they go back to the Senate to do confirmation, you know what's going to happen? Party lines. To be honest with you, Honorable Speaker, I don't want that to happen in here. Otherwise, we're going to politicize the judiciary, and that's not what we want. We want to have an independent judiciary. Let's take ourselves from there. To confirm a minister, well, no, I don't have a problem with that. But we must be really very careful. Every single thing, Parliament, they have to confirm. We know we have a lot in our place. We know that. We know we have a lot in our place. We have a lot of outstanding things that we need to do here. Right now, if we don't have more than 20-something bills waiting for us to do something, together with audited accounts of institutions, we have a lot in our backlog. So if you want to add something else on top of it, how effective would we be? I know a member did mention that we need to ensure that we have ministers that are fit for purpose, whatever it is, their education. If you go into the extent of less than 3 stars, whatever it is, let's be careful. Let's turn the mirror and look at ourselves. Do we really have what it takes to be proper representative of the people? Do we have what it takes? Let's turn the mirror and look at ourselves. For somebody that is unable to speak proper English, Honorable Speaker, in this African continent, I think it's not a disgrace. English, French, Portuguese, Arab, these are all foreign languages. And they do nothing other than to divide this continent. That's what they have been doing. And I told you, Honorable for West, when we are in Pan-African, I told them, Francophone, Anglophone, Lusophone, Arabophone, all these, the only thing they do, basically, is the same, divide us. That's why I like the provision where we can speak in our monotones in this parliament. I like it. When the people of South can understand really what I'm talking about here, I will feel ashamed if I cannot express myself in the Kochi Barma language. I'll feel ashamed. I'll feel ashamed if I cannot express myself in Pula. I'll feel ashamed. But English language or French, it's not my mother tongue. Somebody must not be ashamed to speak bad English. No. But you must be ashamed of yourself if you cannot speak your own mother tongue, which is the Wolof of the Pula, whatever English. You must be ashamed of that. But foreign language, we cannot. So that's why the provision where they allow us to speak in our language, where the people can understand, I love it. And I think that's also another progress in this draft. So we must not caricature people. We must not look low on people because they cannot speak English. We need to move beyond that. So, in short, Honorable Speaker, as far as confirmation is concerned, the judges, I really want them to be independent. Leave them alone, let them be independent. I don't want any confirmation because the polarization that we have seen here. The ministers, well, we can look at it, but the judiciary, leave them alone. Honorable Speaker, there's another particular area here also on financial matters, which I think I did confirm already. If you check section 198, I will refer to 198, subsection 3. Financial matters. You see, that is dealing now with the judiciary. Honorable Speaker, let's call a spade a spade. It's saying, section 198, subsection 3, in considering the annual estimates of the judiciary, the National Assembly shall not reduce the budget of the judiciary below the amount that was approved for the immediately preceding year. When CRC came here with FPAC, our committee, I did highlight this particular section. I said this is very dangerous for us to do that. I give you reasons why. If we budgeted for building of court complexes this year, we budgeted for the purchase of motor vehicles for the judiciary. Are you telling me the same thing the next year? We're going to have to do the same thing. Is that what you're telling me? These are capital expenditures. These are capital expenditures that could be, well, depending on the kind of currency we use, you can take 3, 4, or 5 years before you actually buy it again. Why don't we have the permission, or why don't we have the right to be able to reduce the budget based on the economic situation of the country? Let's not tie our hands. I'm telling you, if you leave it like that, we should change this. If you leave it like that, you are tying your own hands. And you are tying the legs of the Minister of Finance, I'm telling you. Let's remember the economic situation of this country. Let's remember. We depend, when we say hand to mouth, that's exactly how the government depends also. They collect and then distribute. So if you tie your hands, that's a big problem. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, on the same note, the judiciary shall be self-accounting, which is fine, and the monies charged on the Consolidated Revenue Fund, or approximately the Act of National Assembly, for the judiciary shall be paid quarterly. You see another area. In as much as I want the National Assembly to be paid quarterly, sometimes, your own personal reasons, because I understand here more than the judiciary. But we must be careful. Paying quarterly payments, cash allocations quarterly, we need to be careful. If you give National Assembly cash allocation quarterly, you give the judiciary cash allocation quarterly, you give all the independent institutions quarterly. Let me show you an example why that is dangerous. Currently, the average monthly collection of revenue, I'm talking about revenue from GRA, is about 1 billion on average. Out of that revenue, 60 to 70%, sorry, about 30 to 40% goes to salaries. Another 40% is taken by debt servicing. You are almost left with almost 10 to 15%. So the fourth quarter of the following year, the fourth quarter is going to be a problem. Because you won't have enough in your reserves to be able to pay the National Assembly, you pay the judiciary, you pay independent institutions. You cannot do that. This alone also is tying your hands. Let the Minister of Finance take the responsibility to divide those finances based on what is available to him. Because otherwise, if they don't have enough in their coffers, you know what they're going to do? They're going to go to the treasury bills. They're going to borrow, 4th-time borrowing from the central bank. What that does is it's going to squeeze out the small enterprises. Why? Because the banks will go and sell the treasury bills to the Central Bank of the Gambia. Now, the small businesses will have enough to be able to survive. Let's think twice about this one. This one we have to change. When the economic situation of the country changes, we pray. When it changes, when we have enough funds in our country revenue fund, then quarterly have no problem. But at this stage, if we do, really, I'm telling you, we are tying our hands and tying the legs of the Minister of Finance. We have to be careful. Honorable Speaker, I'm coming to an end, Honorable Speaker. I know you are not, but one area also, Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to highlight, and I really want the mover of this motion to help me understand. Because I have a big decision to make today, and he needs to play a part in helping me understand, which is presidential pardon. Mr. Attorney General, or Honorable Speaker, we need to be careful about presidential pardon. Presidential pardons actually is all over the world, yes. But what type are we talking about? Is it the open one, or is it the conditional one? If you're going to write that in this constitution, you need to tell me which type are you referring to? Are you referring to the open one, or are you referring to a conditional one? I, for a fact, I will not agree to a presidential pardon that would give somebody a clean bill of health. If you are convicted by the courts of law here, and you want to challenge it, follow due process, go to the courts, get your conviction overturned, if you have reasonable belief that you were convicted wrongly. Acquittal. Honorable Speaker, let's be careful here. We must not give any president any right on a pardon that would equate to acquittal. Acquittal, let that give into the courts. Let the courts decide. Let the courts decide that. We cannot allow any president to give any pardon that will give somebody a clean bill of health. The president may choose to pardon you to not serve the remainder of your term. I don't have a problem with that, because it's all over the world. For a lot of other reasons why you want to do that. I'm fine with that. But for you to be just because of political connections, they remove you, pardon you, then you are a clean man. No. You must serve your term for the bad things you have done for society. If you have broken the law, or gone to the courts, when you are convicted, you are a convict. The president should not be able to wipe out that conviction. Only the courts of law should be able to do that. And that's the reason why I'm saying in this draft here, we must be very clear what kind of conviction you are talking about. If it is an open one, I don't agree. If it is a conditional one, yes, I'm fine with that. That is, person is acquitted, or the person is actually pardoned to not serve the remaining of his or her sentences. I'm fine with that. But anything else, no. Honorable Speaker, to conclude, or just to mention one particular area, which is the implementation of the Constitution once it passes. If you go to, let me see, I think it's going to be under transitional clauses. Yeah, on page 157 of the bill, or the schedule of the bill, it says Commission for Implementation of the Constitution. Section 18, number 18, there is established the Constitution Implementation Commission, which shall have responsibility for the implementation of the provisions of this Constitution. Subsection 3, the chairperson and other members of the Commission shall be a person of high moral character and proven integrity. 3B says at least 2 of whom had served on the Constitutional Review Commission established under the Constitutional Review Commission Act. Why do they have to be on this commission? I need justification. If you think it's fit for purpose, they can be there, you tell me. For me, I think it should be open to every qualified Gambian with a criteria. not a particular sect of our population. They must be open to anybody that qualifies with the criteria. But just to say that, well, their work is done. Their work is done. In fact, if you look at the act, it tells you 1 month after the submitted is finished, except the secretary, who could continue depending on what the minister actually wants. That's up to what, if you want that him to continue as a secretary, fine. But otherwise, everybody else, 1 month after it's finished. So why do you want to add 2 more people on the particular commission as this thing here? Why? What is special about that? Honorable Speaker, on the last note, on the last one, I want us to be really realistic and be very careful. A few months ago, Honorable Speaker, the former Attorney General brought to us public service pension bill for the public service, which we are yet to deal with. In the draft constitution, by the way, I don't have anything against the judiciary. Let me just point blank. I don't have anything against the judiciary. But we must be fair to each other. We all work for the same government. We all work for the same country. There must not be any preferential treatment. And Honorable Speaker, if you look at the preamble of the Constitution here, the draft, the bill that's brought to us here, the schedule. 1, we, the people of the Gambia, as a sovereign independent state, having had the opportunity to express our views and aspirations on how we wish to be governed, affirm that the Constitution is the embodiment of our will and resolve for democracy, good governance, separation of powers, sustainable environment, and equitable distribution of our resources. That's what it's saying. So why do you want to make the judiciary so special? I want to have answers. Why are they special? Where they will retire after 10 years as a judge, high court judge, and they continue to get the same salary they are getting? When somebody in the public service here in the public service, be it a doctor or a teacher or a police officer or an army officer, they can have even 1/4 of that. Is that equitable, Mr. Attorney General? Honorable Speaker, sorry, I need to address you. Yeah, exactly. But you understand what I'm trying to say. Tell me, is that really equitable? Now, tell me what, Honorable Speaker, I really want to be clear of this thing. Exactly. You see, a judge, a medical doctor, a nurse, a midwife, that are actually taking care of our patients, risking their lives, the military officer or the police officer who's protecting our property, who's protecting our lives. Why do you want to create a special thing for them? And don't tell me this is a noble profession. Don't tell me that, because a teacher is a noble profession. A nurse is a noble profession. All health workers is a noble profession. What is special, I want to know. Why do you want to continue to pay a judge the salary that he retired with? And on top of that, he only needs to serve 10 years in that position. And if you don't have 10 years, let's say from 5 to less than 10, you take 3/4 of that. What is special? A medical doctor that's risking his life, a nurse, a teacher that has been teaching for over 30 years. In fact, teaching that judge. An example, an army captain, right now, the basic salary is almost 9,000 of an army captain. When they retire, using this, the month, well, you know what they have? $2,000 plus than what they should have here, minimum. Whereas a judge is sitting down there taking full month's salary. And anytime government increases salary, his salary also will increase. What is special, Honorable Justice Minister? Oh, tell me, please. Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes, thank you. Now, Honorable Speaker, in fact, I think I've come to the end of my deliberations. And I want to tell people that have been asking me, say yes or say no, tell them, well, let's wait. Let him convince me to those issues. I have to make a decision. And his answers to those issues that I have would actually help me to make an informed decision. And on that note, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable nominated member, Musa. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker.
for giving me the floor to add my voice to the previous speakers, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today is another day. That's why there's a saying, the world is a progressive development. Every time changes. Time is all the time changing, Madam Speaker. I'm addressing you. Madam Speaker, before starting my intervention, may I first of all seek a permission from you in laying the foundation. Yeah, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me the approval for the foundation that I'm going to lay. Why I said the world is a progressive development. Anytime changes come, you see yourself into new things. That's the change. But today is another history that we are making. That's the Quran of the nation. That's the Constitution. There you have the life of the Gambian people, lives. How we're going to govern ourselves. There's no other document other than the Quran and the Bible than the Constitution. That's why I said today is another day of history. Madam Speaker, I remember in 1966, when I voted in 1966, when I was at the age of 17, 18. But you see, then, the requirement, constitutional requirement is 21. But what happened in those days, they just come to the Bantaba and then write down, you will not even come with your mother or your father or one of your parents, but any elderly person or the alcalo, they just come to the Bantaba with the book and they register. And I do happen to register and voted in 1966 referendum, which I can fully remember when my cousin brother was the MP, that's Alhaji Khalil Singad, who won in 1962. It was attempted and it failed. It could not go through in 1966 referendum. Then my late uncle, Sir Farman Singate, was the governor general. Somehow, somewhere after being accused of being for interference with the referendum and was sacked, and then late uncle Sir Ali Jack replaced it. Until 1970, when we went to the Second Republican referendum. And then we have the Constitution of 1970 Republican Constitution. I witnessed all these things, Madam Speaker. That's why I'm so delighted today. I pray to God, I thank God for witnessing all these events in my lifetime. That's why I always said, I'm a father and a grandfather. That's the beauty of change. When you ask for change, when it came, change will be something that will be beneficial to its citizens. But you must not go into change with something that the one that you are criticizing is far better than that. Madam Speaker, I witnessed all these things. First Republic, Second Republic, now we are in the Third Republic. And then again I witnessed the Second Republic again in 1997, which I voted. I voted in 1966. It never got through. I voted in 1970. I voted in 1997, Madam Speaker. And again today we are here to discuss on the bill, whether the bill will go through or not. If it goes through, we go for referendum. If it does not go, that's where it's going to be buried. This year it's going to be buried and we forge ahead. I witnessed all this, Madam Speaker, with your permission. So when you make change, you have to change with something better, but not something at the detriment of the citizens. Madam Speaker, on that note, Madam Speaker, I have exhausted my foundation. I will now go into face the Constitution. Madam Speaker, honestly, between myself and God, as I swear here, my conscience cannot allow me to accept this draft constitution or the bill, Madam Speaker. And I have my reasons. CRC Act was brought in this August House, Madam Speaker. It was passed by this assembly for them to do their job. I am not telling them thank you, I will never commend them. This is my view. I, for one, I will never commend them. Because I have my disappointment, my dismay about the whole thing. Since on Thursday, all the clauses, all the revelations, I'm going to read. I am definitely surprised. I never expect that. A commission of that kind, the hope the government people have, the people in that commission, the responsibility given to them, as thinking that they are with integrity, with a high profile integrity, we don't expect to come up.
On a point of order, Honorable Speaker, on a point of order. Honorable Speaker, Standing Order 67-1 did indicate, Honorable Speaker, we must restrict our deliberation on the merit and the principle of the bill that is before us. But it is like the Honorable Member is attacking people who were given assignment. If the Honorable Member is not satisfied with what was given, let the Honorable Member bring the case before the National Assembly, but not to personally attack the people, dignified people of this nation. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
He is referring to clause 67(1). It's still the same that we have been discussing and talking about. We discussed the general principles and merits of a bill. just the principles and merits of the bill before us. You have laid your foundation, you have given your reasons for not saying A, B, and C, which we don't have any quarrel with, but then the next stage should be for you to deal with the bill on the merits and principles of the bill as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Remember what he's saying. I'm dealing with the merit and the principle. I'm not attacking any member of the commission directly. What I'm saying, the whole concern what we have with the high profile dignity, as far as I am concerned, I have my dismay. And which is my constitutional right, Madam Speaker. This is my right. I never deviate. I have my reason why I'm not satisfied. It is my right to express it. I have a disappointment. The money spent on this, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, nobody can distract my attention.
Is distracting.
Yes,
I said you are right to say that you are disappointed.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Thank you.
Yes, but after the disappointment.
What I'm saying, Madam Speaker.
No, Honorable, after expressing your disappointment, I would want you now to proceed with your intervention proper on the merits and principles of the bill. That's all I am saying.
The point of order by the member, understand, is totally out of the issue, yeah. So that's what I want to make this
That is for the chair to rule and forget about that. Just proceed.
He failed.
Yes.
But that's my dismay about it. Because the money there is ours. It's national resource that has been spent on this commission. How many millions of dollars? With that, understand, with no, I, in my view, understand, I'm not saying anything that is satisfactory to me. Madam Speaker, a member for Busumbala has said here, I'm a member of the Standing Committee, Defense and Security. First, I was so disappointed during the interaction with the armed forces, the CDS, the Gambia National Army. The CDS made a complaint, concern that all what they are concerned, all their recommendations they sent to CRC, nothing has ever been captured in this book. An institution. Today, our security, we know we should not compromise it. Why? Who? These are the people 24/7. 24/7, we feel comfortable. Without security, war betide. People will be eating each other every 24 hours. But because of them, why they are not captured? Madam said, I don't need to call clauses and here and there. Since on Thursday, I'm listening to members during their deliberation. It is very disappointed. We cannot just take this book to be done to adopt this. As for me, I'm totally against it, and I'm not going to say any more things. I don't want to this. And even this parliament approve this, adopt this constitution, honestly, Madam Speaker, I bet I'll be in the field during the election, referendum, and I'll make sure that it fails. Because it's my constitutional right. I will campaign vigorously. Because you cannot bring a constitution from Kenya with constitution that today is in the Kenyan High Court, challenged by the citizens of Kenyans. they are concerned that it's a very scrupulous constitution. How can you bring that word to word photocopy? You put it in our constitution. I think, in my view, there should be a commission of inquiry set into the CRC, how and what and the way and manner the money that has been given to them to facilitate this commission also to look into it. Madam Speaker, these are another points. So many issues are mentioned here. Who are they to say, we said the constitution 2 times, yes, we all know, that's what we are saying, 2 times. In 1997, we said 2/3 majority. It was amended. But it's awful. Now we said, now we're going for 2/3. There's nothing wrong with that. But the way and manner this specifies in this book, it is totally wrong. They have their own agenda. Otherwise, they have to take the view of the people. Let's look at their reports. Let's go down all over the country. We are politicians. Every village, I know it in this country.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
I know I go around, Madam Speaker, and I know what's happening, and I know what
Honorable Speaker, point of order. I'm rising on point of order. Standing Order 29, Clause 5. Standing Order 29, Clause 5. Yes. No member shall impute Yes, no member shall impute improper motives to any other member. Now, 29.1, every member shall restrict
29.1, come on.
29.1.
Yes.
Please, I have a respect for you, please. 29.1. Every member shall restrict his or her observation to the subject under discussion. And if you go to 5.2, 5 also, no member shall impute improper motives, yes, to any other member. So, but if you look at one, the member is not restricting his contribution or his observation to the subject under discussion. He's trying to build up and make an allegation against a team.
Reading the section, it talks of, let me just make a decision. It says, no member shall impute improper, can you allow me to, no member shall impute improper motives to any other member. And I read it to mean member of the National Assembly. But of course, 29.1 says that every member shall restrict his or her observations to the subject matter under discussion. Now, Honorable Member, the subject matter under discussion is this very Constitution. Let us just be careful, use parliamentary language and not use improper or offensive language to outsiders, strangers, because they will not have an opportunity to come and defend themselves. So let us just be parliamentarians. We can express our dismay, our disapproval, our concerns, and everything, but we need to exercise decorum as far as the language is concerned. Thank you. No insult. Yes.
Thank you. What the point of order, Madam Speaker, she ruled it. I totally disagree. Understand? I'm discussing, I'm talking about, I don't attack any individual as the previous member also put up a point of order. It's the same similarity. Madam Speaker, I still stand by what I'm saying. I don't attack anybody who is an outsider who cannot come here to defend he or herself. I know what I'm saying. Anything I say here, I'm confining myself to the merit and principle of the rule. The merit and the principle. That's it. And that's why I'm confining myself. Nobody can distract me. Because I'm not, it's a divided house. I'm not sharing the same view with them. But whatever they come with, I can deal with them until they break. Nobody can distract me. The whole world is looking at us. All the points that has been raised here today is a big disappointment to the government.
Yes, with your statement.
Very disappointing. 150, $200 million our resources has been spent on something that today revelation that came out of this thing is so disappointing. They think that they think that this parliament is a rubber stamp. Who are there to say, we don't have the mandate to question or challenge this constitution when we pass the act or in court. We all know each other here. We know there's no secret. Whatever happened, we know what is happening. But please, the Gambia is bigger than all of us. When a responsibility is given to you as a citizen, you have to be loyal and honest. And do it for the interest of the Gambian people. Without any fear or favor. No lip service. Anybody comes here to try to, you think that you can bring a lip service or you think that you can bring something that people here, they are all fools, not everybody, I for one. Nobody can fool me. With my experience, as I quoted at the First Republic, I voted, I witnessed a referendum. I served the First Republic in the National Assembly. I served the Second Republic. I'm serving the third one. That's why I'm privileged to say what I'm saying today. Not with your academical standard or whatever, whether you are the professor of the whole world or whatever. Me, what is important, the experience that I have, you cannot buy that. That's why I'm expressing my concern. It's a bogus constitution. It's a bogus constitution. Yes. It's bogus, it's rubbish, Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you very much. I think we are all at liberty to express our views. But what I'm saying is we are all at liberty to express our views, but all I am appealing is for honorable members in expressing their views to just do it with proper decorum. That's all. But nobody can say...
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I don't think I did it... No, don't use the word... I don't think I did it out of order. That's all.
Honorable member for Cantora? Yes, it's Cantora, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. It's a very long day. Permit me to recognize the time and effort of the CRC. I also recognize the minister in our presence here. I equally recognize the media fraternity in our presence as well. However, before going further, I want to take the opportunity to really condemn certain attacks, social media campaign on Facebook, Twitter, writing all sort of unpleasant words or comments against members of parliament. It's really, I see it as a contempt of the National Assembly. They shouldn't be dictated, they shouldn't be harassed or forced or squeezed to the corner just to take a decision. I believe coming to this parliament, we as members of parliament, we've been elected and bestowed trust and confidence in us, and expect us to really fulfill our functional obligation as people's representative. But to my dismay, I've seen very disturbing comments, even by members of the press secretary of the CRC making, unpleasant comments about members expressing dissatisfaction and other things. Members of the press, media, users, Facebook, WhatsApp, what have you, these are really disturbing and it's really uncalled for. It's a crucial moment. It's important for us to allow the members of parliament to be guided by our conscience. Because when we come to this parliament, we are sworn here to protect and abide by all laws of the Gambia and uphold the 1997 Constitution as the supreme law of the land, which in our minds, or which will actually take precedence to guide us in this entire process with what we are doing. Honorable Speaker, having said that, I also want to condemn external influence, embassies, commissions, EU commissions trying to interfere or meddle in the internal affairs of this country. It's an independent country and should be left to make decisions on their own, rather than trying to pin them or giving them conditions of supporting them. They are partners in development. Regardless of the size of the country, it's an independent free country. Matters of internal issues should be left to be discussed by the citizenry of this country, not to be influenced or not to be controlled or remote controlled by any external forces. Having said that, let me go proper in the discussion. I would like to go history, because we gave the CRC this historic task to undertake to usher us into the Third Republic. It's not an easy task, we all agree. And the final outcome, that is the draft bill, of course, it has its pros and cons. We sincerely appreciate the time limit as alluded by other members. However, if you look at the whole scenario, you would understand that Gambians are of the belief that there were so much powers vested in the executive, and which has been subjected to abuse. Therefore, coming up with a new constitution, they have to rip off the powers of the executive, try to empower the National Assembly, losing sight, in my opinion, the separation of power principle, that these are co-equal partners. They are independent, but however, they are interdependent, so it's very important as they are independent as well. If we are to uphold to that principle, therefore, you cannot agree in total in some of the provisions or some of the sections that is contained in this draft constitution. Honorable Speaker, one should not also lose sight for the fact that we are in a newly found democracy. The euphoria of democracy should not also be abused by making certain unrealistic legislations, whereby if they are put into practice, will have a shortfall in the long run. The reason why I say that is the issue of the three arms of government subjecting the judiciary under the confirmation of the legislature, which, in my humble opinion, this is a political institution. Political institution in the sense that it's comprised of political parties. Believe it or not, they might feel that, okay, we have seen the nation first. You cannot detach politics from parliament. That is the hard fact. Over the years, we've seen how party positions emanate in this parliament. We have seen how political interests overshadowed national interest. So nobody should be fooled that parliament is not a political institution. It is a political institution. If we still want to maintain the Gambian trust and confidence in the judiciary, if we really want to really boast of the issue of trust and confidence in our judiciary, there is need for us to make sure that there is no interference in the judiciary. I am also with the opinion not to support. You see, it shouldn't be like a trick, given so much power to legislature just because of, yes, you have the power. What next? But you look at the outcome of the power. If you should just run it now, what is the result? Asking the executive to bring ministerial appointment to confirmation, I totally go against it. We should not lose that we are really operating purely presidential system of government. Somebody that went around, canvassed for votes, got the vote of the country. You are asking him or her, you cannot have the power to form a government unless and until it has to go through other arm for their confirmation. Knowing that particular arm, how political pluralism plays in that parliament. It's a non-starter. And because of that, I am not in conformity with that particular provision. Honourable Speaker, there were interventions here made that people call this constitution as copy and paste constitution. However, if you do comparative analysis, there is no harm in trying to review other constitutions. But what is really harm is to copy verbatimely, word by word, letter by letter. It is incumbent upon you to paraphrase, to fine-tune the language, and appreciate the work that you actually looked or reviewed by making references. So we have noticed and observed such issues manifesting in our constitution. Honourable Speaker, if you look at section 47, that is freedom of media, and you go to the report, it says freedom of the media. But in the report, CRC did recognize the will of the people in controlling the social media. Because if you look around the world, nations were set to blaze. Nations were set on fire because of abuse of social media. More especially in this newly found democracy, if there is no mechanisms to control the social media, look at the insult running right now. And that is why they're saying here. They are really expecting this draft constitution to address the issue of social media abuses, insult, hate speech, tribal sentiments. But to my surprise, the constitution does not really cater for such provisions to make sure that people face the consequences of their actions. You see, we need to really understand the social fabrics we have. We should not lose sight our social realities, our cultural norms. When those are really put into realities, then we can know as a nation what kind of law are applicable. It is not enough just to say, okay, yes, it's the best practice, media has to free. Media has to be free, but it has to be also controlled. Right goes with responsibility. But if you look at this page, that the state shall not, that is state-owned media, the state shall not penalize any person for any opinion or view of the content of any broadcast, publication, or dissemination. States, I am of the opinion that government operates in tacit as opposed to overt. There are some informations that may not be due for broadcasting or are highly sensitive in nature. They are saying that you don't have a right to be penalized based on any dissemination of information. So, government employ its employees working under government, doing things out of ethics, misconduct. Should be looked at. Now, well, this area has been really dealt with. There is a restriction on the activities of public officers. That is, in our opinion, we've seen some office or full-time workers have been deprived of some of these rights that they should not be engaged in. I think that is really dealt with. And also, of course, the issue of 48 hours detention in arrest, that has also been adequately dealt with by my honorable colleagues. If you look at the right to marry and for a family, we want the mover to enlighten us. And if possible, I am proposing that we should have in our constitution that same-sex marriage is illegal under this constitution to be written, so that this issue of interpretation and ambiguity in the constitution, fears can be allayed. My religion is against same-sex marriage, and I will not be shy to defend that particular provision and ask for that particular provision to be captured, that same-sex marriage is illegal in this country. If we truly recognize that Gambians have had a say on how they should be governed, now, you look at the threshold. Or look at the imbalance. Dismissal from office for misconduct bars you from really contesting elections. Whilst I think that also has been really dealt with. If you've been pardoned as a convicted criminal, has waived that particular both sentence and the conviction. That I am not in agreement. I cannot agree with the drafters in that particular section. Because if you happen to balance these two provisions, that is unjust in terms of comparing them. Equally, if you go to the threshold of judges, to remove a High Court judge, the threshold required, compare to a head of state whom the entire country has elected to serve. You are asking Parliament to have half of their majority to get him impeached, removed from office. You're asking a 3/4. That is really imbalanced. It's unfair. So if it's possible, we are proposing a 3/4 in that area as well. Honorable Speaker, I have a problem with these two concepts. And I am of the strong belief that it shouldn't be written this way, unless otherwise proven by the mover. That is, the national days. You have the Independent Day, 18 February. My understanding, this day only occur only once, that is 1965. What you have are Independent Anniversary Day and Republican Anniversary Days. You don't have Republican Day or Independent Day. Independent Day, 1965, that happened that very day. The rest are anniversaries. So it might be a drafting style, but I am really proposing this particular section to be reduced. Yes. Yes. Honorable Speaker, Independent Boundary and Electoral Commission. Anyone. Sub 3. Members of the Commission shall be appointed by the President, subject to confirmation by National Assembly, with a vote of less than 60% of all members of the National Assembly. This is an important commission, and which is related to vetting the National Assembly. My fear is equally the political pluralism. If this position can be compromised to simple majority, then it would have been better. And also, if you go to powers of president, that is, on behalf of the Gambian people, negotiate, sign, enter into, and accede to bilateral, multilateral agreements, include treaties that are not against the public interest of the Gambia, which shall be, I want that to be their capture, which shall be subjected to ratification by the National Assembly. That all treaties bilaterals negotiated, discussed, to be brought forward this August Assembly for ratification. Honorable Speaker, if you also look at immunity, that the immunity granted to the President under this section shall not, after the President leaves office, extend or any offense in the President committed during his or her tenure in office. And also, if you look at the term limits, I said it earlier, it's really welcoming, but also, of course, I am really not comfortable with actually depriving him or her not to run for elections after this time. Trying to revise this constitution to take effect from 2016 to count that particular provision in the term of president. It is left to him, honors lies to him to decline that I am not really interested to run anymore, but it shouldn't be seen as retroactively taking a vested right, trying to put it under this current constitution. Honorable Speaker, there is this particular provision I think I listed that the President shall within 45 days assume office, nominate and appoint ministers subject to confirmation of the National Assembly, which I totally disagree. And I am not going to buy that idea. National Assembly should be seen as if, yes, these are rights given to us, and then these are powers given to us, and then we have to vet these things. So because of political pluralism and what have you, we've seen what has really transpired in this parliament. We're not going to subscribe to that particular idea. We want to recognize and appreciate the separation of power principle, whereby there are a lot of mechanisms to check on the exercise of the executive and equally also the judiciary. So in terms of bringing, semi or quasi federal system, probably to me, it shouldn't be the way forward. And yes, the issue of the speaker as well. Yeah, I think many of our members have deliberated on it, that it has not given any pathway, a clean way on the modalities on how to really go about it. And therefore, the issue has to be looked at, and then what are some of the provisions that we can rely on to carry out that particular issue. Also, the issue of secularism, I think it has been really addressed by many members who gave a submission to the Attorney General to really look at, because it has really created a public outcry. And as I alluded earlier, we are not going to be shy to defend our religion we believe or we worship. That is the right. If people are not shy advocating for gayism and lesbianism rights, why would you be shy to defend a religion? So therefore, we will say an affirmative no, and also ask the minister, if possible, to actually insert that lesbianism and gayism is illegal in this country, to really allay the fears of general public. I think those are my submission. Other than that, we appreciate the youth representation. We appreciate the women participation in politics, of course, and equally we also really appreciate the issue of a term limit. It's very important that we have it in this document, but of course, these points that we raise need to be answered, because we are representing people, and any decision we take today should be in the best interest of our people we serve. So therefore, those interests or those issues also need to be clear. Lastly but not least is the issue of course, it has been addressed in somehow, that the judiciary. You see, let's be realistic. With the crippled economy that we've inherited, you cannot really subject this government or this country to be given this take home to the judiciary, giving them a retirement on salary, creating provision for any subsequent salary increment has to reflect on them. Which economy can sustain that? Equally also, submitting the Minister of Finance to be given quota allocations to the judiciary. I am not really agreeing with that provision, and I really want to look at. I am totally rejecting that particular portion, and let it be determined by an act of Parliament to decide. We can engage them to draft their pensions scheme, and which will be vetted by this August Assembly. But we cannot just pass this particular bill like that, submitting the Minister of Finance to be given the judiciary quarterly, knowing that, as member alluded to, these are estimates. It's not as if these monies are in the central bank. Depend on the monthly receipts or proceeds. So there is not wise to really support that particular provision. They should be treated like any other organ of government. We respect their independence. That's why we are not even asking Parliament to go into the issue of vetting the judiciary, because the person you are vetting, what is your qualification to vet that person? How competent are you? Do you have what it takes to vet lawyers and co? And also, we don't really want to compromise the judiciary, because it will create a society whereby if you don't belong to a political cohort, then it's going to be different for you to obtain this appointment or be given that confirmation in the National Assembly. So we are even at the long run of seeing element of corrupt practices may take place in this Parliament. So to avert that, we are saying emphatic no, affirmative no to that particular provisions. So thank you so much for indulgence, and we hope that you come up with those clarifications, and that it will really help us in terms of making decisions in this August Assembly. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kantora. May I now call on Honorable Member for Lower Badibu. Honorable Member for Lower Badibu, it's your turn.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the floor. Honorable Speaker, first and foremost, I would like to thank the members of this august body for their wonderful deliberations. Honorable Speaker, I have few observations in this draft constitution. Honorable Speaker, to start with, there was a saying that there is a difference between what is right and what is correct. And as leaders, we must not say this is what is correct, but what is right always. We should go by that. Honorable Speaker, the observations that I made on the draft, first of all, is the issue of the language. The national languages to be used in this National Assembly. We don't have a language policy. Honorable Speaker, we are representing people, and 75 or 80% of those people don't even know what we are doing here. And we have seen in this draft constitution that national languages will be spoken in this August Assembly, but after 5 years. I would like the Honorable Attorney General to clear my doubts why after 5 years. Because here what we are trying to do is to make sure that there is rule of law and there is justice. And if we said we prepare this draft constitution for ourselves to suit our demands and to regulate our activities and actions, I believe whatever we say here, we should mean it. Honorable Speaker, this issue of the national languages, you as the Speaker sitting over there, We know that Gambia, we have many tribes. If we allow our national languages to be spoken in this parliament, we believe that the speaker responsible for this august body should speak all these languages, so that if anybody did foul play, the speaker can know that, can put you into order. I would like the Attorney General to clear my doubts. How are we going to select the speaker and the criteria of selecting a speaker? Because the person must speak all these languages. You will not say, we're going to choose language A, B, or C. That's going to be discriminatory. Honorable Speaker, the issue of separation of powers. We have legislature, executive, and the judiciary. But if you go to the draft constitution, section 190, we were told that the High Court judges will be nominated and the confirmation will be done by this august body. Honorable Speaker, I could remember vividly that in 2017 towards 2018, I support for this august body to vet certain people that were supposed to be appointed by the president. And there was a reason why I say so. But this is an open secret now, Honorable Speaker. The reason why I am saying this, the issue of Ndaunjai and Yusuf Adiba to confirm their appointments were politicized in this august body. That's the fear I have for us, National Assembly, as a political institution. If we want to confirm the appointment of the High Court judges, we may politicize the judiciary sector. I think we need to think about this, because the reasons are, if Judge ABC knew that I participated or I facilitated his or her appointment, if I happen to have anything or if I happen to be in an event whereas I should be convicted or sentenced, where is justice now? If, for example, Honorable Speaker, the current Attorney General knew that the majority leader or the member for Woolly West or the member for Janjambure contributed in his appointment as the Attorney General. I'm just giving you a sample. If these people happen to have a problem, do you think the Attorney General will play fair? Where is justice? And in the absence of justice, injustice becomes the order of the day. Honorable Speaker, we have to make laws that suit us. We should not make laws just for the sake of making laws, or we are trying to intimidate, we are trying to, follow orders. It is very bad and it is very sad for we as Africans. We have norms, cultures, values, traditions, but we want to copy certain people at times. Whereas in those societies, the way they operate and the way we operate is quite different. So I think when we are making laws, we should be very careful what to do and what to say. Honorable Speaker, the issue of Ndaunjai and Yusufa Diba raised an alarm bell regards to this appointment or confirmation of the executive, the ministers, and the High Court judges. The whole Gambia, we witnessed what happens here. And if you want to say that the ministers should be confirmed by the National Assembly, I can tell you the judiciary, the executive will be politicized. Should we allow that? And if we allow that now, tell me, where is the separation of powers? And where are the checks and balances? We should be very careful in whatever we are doing. We are not making these laws for ourselves only, no. But we should think rationally and holistically. Those people sitting over there who entrusted us to be here. Honorable Speaker, I am saying this for the fact that History is the best teacher. A member of Nyamina Dankungu brought a private member bill here in regards to section 911D. I believe I was the only person who against that bill. But I have seen the effect and the impact. Honorable Speaker, there is no fair law. Any law that suits a man is fair to you. But any law that don't suit you, it is not a good law for you. That's how I see it, and that's how I will interpret it. And I have my reasons of saying so, Honorable Speaker. I brought a private member bill here. Members stood in this August Assembly and said they know that it is a bad law, but they are going to approve it because it favors them. Now, where is justice? Where is good law or bad law? So today we are here to tide ourselves. But if we are to tide ourselves, let us be careful to leave certain things there so that we can untide ourselves when it is difficult. Honorable Speaker, page 49.3, freedom of religion and conscience. I would like the Honorable Minister for Justice to clear my doubt about the last option on that, subsection 3, where they said opinions. On the proclamation, they say other opinions, but in the draft, they say opinions. I would like you to enlighten that one for me. Honorable Speaker, the supremacy of the Constitution. On page 7, page 5, sorry. Supremacy of the Constitution. With your permission, Honorable Speaker, I would like to read this section. Supremacy of the Constitution, section 7, subsection 3. It reads, the validity or legality of this Constitution is not subject to challenge by or before any court or other organ of the state. Honorable Speaker, we made laws. We are called lawmakers. But we don't have the power to interpret these laws. We are making something that we don't have the power to interpret. It's funny. I knew that. And I know that there might be reasons of doing so. So if I cannot interpret this law, and I have the Attorney General before me, I would like you to explain this to me as a layman for me to understand why the validity or legality of this Constitution is not subject to challenge by or before any court or other organ of the state. Why? Because we are not mandated to interpret the law. Honorable Speaker, having said that, I will go back to the history a bit to remind ourselves in terms of decision making, especially when it comes to law. This is one of the most important documents of this in this land. That is the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, in 1965, there was a constitution here, and that constitution is not our constitution. We were under the influence of the colonial powers. In 1970, when we gained independence, when you tell this, some people will tell you we have independence in 1965. But an independent, you are ruling by foreign powers. It is 1970 that I feel we have independence, based on the reason that that's the year that we have our sovereignty. We are ruled by the words of ourselves. Honorable Speaker, we have seen the 1970 Constitution. I get a copy of this from the library. And right away from 1970, we have seen another constitution, one may call it, that is the degree after the throne of the 1970 Constitution. We have also witnessed the 1997 Constitution. And we said there are bad laws, there are this, there are that. And now we are here trying to make another law for ourselves. So I think it is enough now. History has already taught us what to do. That is why I said there is no good law, there is no bad law. Any law that suits a man is good for you. And any law that you feel did not suit you is a bad law. Honorable Speaker, people said there are certain sections in this constitution, they are direct a carbon copy from the Kenyan constitution. Everyone is entitled to your opinion. And in academia, and even in parliament here, we are allowed to quote references, but why are we not allowed to read directly from our books or notes? If anybody wants to read directly, somebody may raise a point of order. We don't say that CRC should not benchmark or copy certain things from certain countries. But when we see that, or when we feel that this is a carbon copy, we should bring our facts to the public. We should bring our facts to our colleagues. And if you go to this 2020 draft, the supremacy of the Constitution, you go to the Kenyan type, section 2, subsection 3 is the same. Honorable Speaker, you go to section 7, subsection 4 of the draft, go to Kenyan Constitution 2010, section 4, subsection 4 is the same. Honorable Speaker, if you go to Kenyan, the draft 145, subsection 2, you go to Kenya 2010, 106, subsection 1 is the same. Judiciary section, section 190, subsection 1 is the same as 166, subsection 1 of the Kenyan type. You go to their financial matters at the judiciary level, 198, subsection 1 is the same as judiciary funds 173, subsection 4. And if you go to their independent boundaries also, 81, subsection 1 is the same as 88, subsection 1 of the Kenyan type. So people also do their research and they make their comparison. So that is why many people say this is a carbon copy direct from Kenyan constitution. It is their right to make references to Malawi, Ghana, and others. But where are those ones? Where are those facts? Can we compare those? Can we contrast them? We cannot. So what we have seen, that's what we will say. So people might be right by saying that it is a carbon copy because the facts are very clear. What the culture, norms, and values, principles that might suit Kenyans may not suit us as Gambians. We have norms, we have tradition, we have culture, which might be different from the Kenyan type. So if you say this is the people's constitution, people's opinions and views should be captured, I think whatever they give should be captured, but not a carbon copy type. Honorable Speaker, I have been saying that I like one thing. As I said, there is no constitution which is 100% perfect. But at the issue of the powers of the Auditor General, I'm very much impressed about that. I think that is in line with good practice and in good governance. There are certain institutions, they should be independent. When those institutions are independent, it will be good for this country. Section 239, local government. Honorable Speaker, people talk about the autonomy of the local government, but still, the local government, they are looking for a percentage rate from the central government. If you are looking for an autonomy and independence, it is not easy to be independent. The word independent is sweet to say, but I don't see any country that is independent. And I don't see any continent that is independent. So when the local government says they want an autonomy, they want to be independent, and still they are looking for a percentage rate support from the central government. Where is autonomy? Where is independence? We are not living in a federal state. So we should be very, very careful, and we should inform the public what is exactly happening. I will quote an uncle, a friend. He normally mentions this in this house. When people are confused outside, we should try to make sure that they understand issues. We should try to make sure that they are not confused anymore about that particular issues. But when people are confused outside and we are trying to add that, what are we doing? Honorable Speaker, the issue of citizenship, the report of the CRC, and the opinion that they said on page 49, what people say and what they do is different. Now, where is the public view? Where is the public opinion? You yourself admitted on your report that this is what people want, but this is what you do. Then who assigned you to do that now? You are doing something that people don't assign you to do. And still you want to claim and say that it is people's, constitution. If people's views were not captured, how can it be people's constitution? Because this is what they assign you to do. You don't do that. You went and do different things, and you want to claim that it is people's view, it is people's opinion. And also, Honorable Speaker, page 70, section 89.2. Honorable Speaker, with your permission, duty to attend and address the National Assembly. Subsection 2, it says the address by the President shall relate to matters concerning the state of the nation and may include previous, current, and future policies of the government. I believe if we said the President shall relate to matters concerning the state of the nation, and the word that should follow that should be shall, it should be a mandatory for the President to inform us the previous development that the government has done, the current, and the future. But if you say may, which means he has the prerogative to inform us the current one and leave the previous. And he may not tell us the future. So where are we? What are we going to tell our people? Because we approve a budget and give it to the executive for them to do what we expect them to do. If you say those people may, they can just inform you about the current development. And they will not tell you what has passed, neither the future. So where are we? I would like the Attorney General to clear my doubt on that. The term limit of the President. Honorable Speaker, this is a burning issue in the society. And I think I myself will now denounce for nobody to call me honorable, as mentioned by the member for Woolly West. Honorable Speaker, there are members who will tell people things that are not even existing, misleading the public based on the political interest, telling the public what is not even happening. Honorable Speaker, the issue of the term limit of the president, what people were saying is that the law cannot be retroactive. I think if anybody attack you on that, you should give the person the benefit of the doubt. But people have gone to a certain stage that their political interest has covered everything. And we all know the political trend, right down away from the coalition. People said, let this particular president be a coalition president. And there are clauses and sections in the Constitution that give or pave a way for the president to resign. But based on the political interest, some people say no to that. They say he's going to be an executive president. That's what the Constitution says. Others say, yes, okay. Things has revolved. And they change. So if people are saying the president should do this, should do that, because this is a moral versus legal, this and that, where is your moral the time you were talking? Where is the legality? Honesty and sincerity is very important. We all knew, we are all Gambians, we all know what is going on. People stood and said here, no, this should be a coalition government of 3 years, and we have our coalition agenda, we have our principles, we have our objectives. This is what we're gonna do, then after that then, the president moves, and we have a new Gambia. Others challenge that legality and say, no, he is going to be an executive president. And now you want to acquire that vested right from that person by retroactive measures. Is this justice? Honorable Speaker, is this justice? It's a shame. A big shame. Politicians want to use us as youth. They rally behind the youth and say, concerned youth says that, concerned youth says that. During the time of coalition, where are those concerned youths? Because now you have an ambition. Because now you have a target. All those targets fails. You want to go back.
Point of observation or point of order? Point of order.
What is your point of order under what?
29. One again. Every member shall restrict his or her observation to the subject.
Hello, I only ask, what is your authority?
I said 29.
Yes.
Yes? Are you there?
Go ahead.
29.1. Every member shall restrict his or her observation to the subject under discussion. We are not discussing about coalition 2016. It's the draft bill, please.
Member for lower body group, you can limit your contribution on the subject matter, please. Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. It is a saying that the youth can walk faster, but the elder knows the road. Based on that, I will give this due regards to you to accept his point of order, but it is the coalition government that this new draft constitution emerged. You cannot separate the two. Can anyone separate the two? It is part of their agendas, their objectives and principles. So we must know the history. Why those things fail should be known to the Gambians. I did not go out of topic. Did I go out of topic? Yana Commission, the draft constitution, the TRRC emerged from this coalition government. And today, if you are talking about this draft constitution, how can you talk about the draft without the coalition government? So, member for Central Badibu, take it easy. Honorable Speaker, this term limit of the presidency, many members misinform the public. The reason why some people don't want to support this draft constitution because they want Adam Barrow to be this, they want Adam Barrow to be that. You cannot even understand. Because you don't have anything to say again. The only thing that you can say as politicians, we all know one another, is to confuse the public, to tarnish the image of certain people. And these are vested rights acquired by him. Hadn't been that people listening to the pioneers of the coalition leaders, where what we are in today, we will not be in that. That's the fact. Whether one like it or not, that's the fact. And now here we are. Because there are certain things, Honorable Speaker, embedded in this constitution. There are hidden agendas we knew. We knew very well. People mentioned certain characters here, certain people here, high-profile people. It is true. We don't say no to that. But I believe even in the judiciary sector, you have different sections that people are specialists in that. Go to medicine. Go to the medical field. You have the surgeon. You have the pharmacist. You have the pharmacologist. So those who drafted this new constitution, Honorable Speaker, not all of them are draft specialists. Anybody can challenge me on that. Not all of them are draft specialists. You have criminal lawyers, you have other lawyers there, you have draft specialists. In fact, the draft specialists are not more than 2 or 3. So how can you convince me that these are high-profile people, these are this? Fine. We don't say no to that. We understand that. But if I say, my father is a doctor and he operates people, let me also go and operate people. The next minute I will see myself somewhere. So we should allow the public to know the truth. We should give the public the benefit of the doubt. People are confused. Gambians are confused because those who represent them don't want to tell them the truth. It is very disheartening. It is very, very disheartening, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have been saying that I would like to see in this draft constitution, in the party politics area, the term limit of political leaders to make sure that there is internal democracy. But at the party level, you don't have an internal democracy and you want the top to have a democracy. What kind of democracy are we talking about? Democracy is just a name. Even those who are saying that they are the champions of democracy, where is the true color of democracy? We have seen here, day in, day out, blacks have been killed in the US, in other places. They want to tell us that there is no democracy there. They want to tell us that there is no rule of law there. They want to convince us that there is no justice there. But when you kill a black, you don't kill a human being for them. And still, their propaganda is, we want third world countries to have good democracy, good governance, rule of law, this and this. And there's no rule of law in your place. Then who is fooling who? Honorable Speaker, I would like this new draft to capture the internal party democracy. That is the 2-term limit. Somebody has mentioned it here. It is only one political party that is following their principles. What about the other political parties? We want that to be captured in this draft constitution. And I would like the Honorable Attorney General to take note of that. And also, what they want to do is intellectuals cannot play with our minds again. They cannot play with our minds again.
Point of observation.
The reasons are...
Member, what's your observation?
Honorable Speaker, I don't allow him because it's not a point of order. You should ask for my permission.
No, I'm just trying to find out from him. Oh, it's
No.
not a...
Before
Okay,
you go
please.
to him, you should seek for
Yeah,
my
point of
permission.
observation, he said he's not allowing you. Honorable member, please. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, if we go to page 64, section 84G, they thought that we will continue clapping for them. The youths of this country will never do that. And we will make sure that even at the parliamentary level, 2 terms is enough. When you serve that, go. Let others come. What they say youth participation. Youths of this country will never be full again, Honorable Speaker. At section G, they said, ensure that at least 10% of candidates for election to the National Assembly are youths. Why 10%? Why did they give us the percentage there? And who are those youths that CRC people met to discuss about this 10%? Can they give us the statistic? Or what is the rationale behind that? We want the Honorable Attorney General to convince us who are those youths that they met and they gave them this figure, this percentage rate. Because when they say this, youths like Alaji will say, oh, now we are captured. And in fact, it is not an entering clause. So we cannot be fooled. We know what we are doing. And we are representing the youth. And we will inform them because we are inside the government. And if any attempt to fool the youths of this land, we will inform them. Honorable Speaker, upper age limit. People want this, but why is it that it is not captured by the CRC? Before it was a conspiracy to repeal this clause or section because there is a specific agenda. There is a specific agenda. But we can tell them that no, if we have how do they call it, the lower age limit, and we must also have the upper age limit. Honorable Speaker, the Facebook warriors, regards to this draft constitution, the media, we don't want to be Facebook MPs or WhatsApp MPs. Let them carry it. We don't want to be Facebook MPs or WhatsApp MPs. We want to be MPs in these chambers to represent the views of our people. If you are looking for cheap popularity, go to Facebook or WhatsApp. You have to prove yourself here for people to know that you are working for them. Honorable Speaker, I have seen certain pictures of members in Facebook in relate to this draft constitution. And I was told about somebody who is also part of the CRC. He is talking about members and directing them what to do to this draft constitution. If you believe in your work, you know what you did. Why should you force members to approve this? Leave us with our consent. You can lobby, you can campaign, but you cannot force me to do certain things. It's out of order, and it's a contempt of the National Assembly. And we have also seen We need a clarity in that. On social media, that the joint communique of EU, USA, UK, and German embassy, it could be them, it could be planned by others to urge MPs to do this. But I will refer this August Assembly to page 193, section 213 of the Constitution. Which one? It says, the state and all citizens of the Gambia shall endeavor to protect and enhance national sovereignty, including social, political, and economical independence and territorial integrity. So I believe there is no Western power that can force us to do what we don't want. We are sovereign state. They don't have that mandate, they don't have that right to tell us this is what you're supposed to do. We cannot be colonized twice. If it is UK, US, or whosoever, we condemned it. We don't want it. It doesn't go in line with the direct principle of state policy. Because if you read section 211, you know that directive principles of state policy, it doesn't go with it. So they cannot dictate us, this is what you're supposed to do. It's not correct. If it is not them, then let them go to the media and clear themselves. We are sovereign states. We got our independence. We are governed by ourselves. Nobody can govern us again. So if people are using that for campaign purposes to say, hey, I heard that US, UK, and others are saying that the members should approve this. If you don't know what you are doing, the members here know what they are doing. We are sovereign state, and we will not compromise our sovereignty. We are an independent state. We have our president, we have our constitution, we have our national anthem, code of arms, everything. So nobody can direct us, this is what you're supposed to do. We condemned it 100%. And let the US, UK, whosoever knew that, Gambia will never be decolonized again. That imperialism system is over. If it is not over, we can tell them Gambia is not going to be part of it. Honorable Speaker, I've been saying that the issue of the public servants, we have had, we came across this new draft constitution that if you are terminated or dismissed from public office due to other errors, we will be banned for life. I want the Attorney General to convince me, why should that person be banned for life? And he's a citizen of this land. And no man is perfect. Human beings are bound to make mistakes. Our own citizens, why should we say they will not work for life? And if you say that person should not work for life, but you said somebody is pardoned by a president, that person is qualified to do certain things. My friend, where is justice? That is why many people say it's the previous speaker, someone said this draft constitution is ill-intended for a purpose. And we knew the purpose now, because we have seen key figures going out, begging, urging people to approve this. What is your interest for people to approve this? What is your interest for people to approve this? But we have now seen the reasons why people want this to be approved. That is why at the beginning of my submission I said, there is no good law, there is no bad law. Any law that suits you is a good law. And I have evidence of saying this, because I'm a sample to that. When I brought a private member bill here, there is a section of the assembly that says no, and when I ask them the reason and they give me their reasons, I say, wow, before you say this is bad, and today it is good for you, because it suits your interest. So those who are advocating for this draft to go, they are shooting for their interest outside, especially most of the political leaders. They are campaigning vigorously for this to be passed. What is their interest in that? Can they inform the public? Leave the National Assembly members to do their work diligently. Nobody is perfect, but it will be hard to sanitize this assembly again. The member for Woodley West always says this here in 2017. If anybody came here with a political tag, please drop it outside. All what we should see here is Gambia. I was called by many yesterday and day before yesterday, asking me, please, I'll approve. And if I ask them why, the reason why we should approve this, can you give me the benefit of the doubt? Why should I approve this? And what is your reason? They cannot say anything, but they say, no, Allah approve. Yes, just approve it. And others will call you and say, if you ask them their reason, they will not give you any tangible reason. So I believe the social media warriors and the PRO of CRC should stop what they had done. They shouldn't do such. You are part of the team. You should not urge or force members to do something. Leave them at their own level. We know what we are doing. We know what we are doing. Honorable Speaker,
I want clarity. Can I ask?
Right to education. 57(2). It says, all persons have the right to equal education opportunities and facilities, and with a view to achieving the full realization of that right. You know, when we are making laws, we should make laws that suits us and that match with the reality. We always advocate for this. Education is free, basic education is free, but this is not true. This is not right. And if our constitution says that, it shall be right. Who is fooling who here? Are we fooling ourselves? Honorable Speaker, I believe we should make laws that suit for our society, not to make laws to impress others or the West, or to impress people that, yes, we can go with this, whereas we ourselves know that we cannot go with this. So, as I said, Honorable Speaker, I don't want to take the time of this August Assembly, but let the Facebook warriors or whosoever knew that they cannot change their position. We are leaders. We knew that people will insult us. People will say all sort of. And to that effect, before I make my conclusion, Honorable Speaker, there was a time here, the former Attorney General brought a bill regards to this insult issue. And I did not see that one in this draft constitution. And the trend this country is going, there are two things, insult and hate speech. I think CRC should capture that here, because politics is now dirty in this country. But before, when they are insulting people, others are jubilating. That's the fact. The table has now turned. We have seen what is going on. So I would like the Attorney General, for those section or clauses to be captured here. And again, there is an issue regards to the issue of this gay and lesbians marriage. I consult a legal person, and what he told me and what I have seen in this draft and the 1997 Constitution is quite different. But as I said, we are not mandated to interpret the Constitution, but I believe you are. I want you to clear my doubts before I take any decision on this draft Constitution. That is, if you go to the 1997 Constitution, page 43, right to marriage, section 27, it says, men and women of full age and capacity shall have the right to marry and form a family. And what this person told me is that this 1997 Constitution, there is no possibility of gay marriage. But what he told me, in this draft Constitution, if you go to page 43, section 54, a man and a woman of full age and capacity have the right to marry and form a family, and such marriage shall be based on free and full consent of the man and the woman. He said, the word Article A man, qualifies a man itself to marry a man, and there is a conjunction of an, a woman, which means it's also a set of its own. So you are here to clear our doubts. I would like you to elaborate more on that, because one thing that I will not do is to give my blessing to something that I myself knew. After here, we are all here, but I know the Lords of the Lords is waiting for me to account me. So I will not fear any human being to do something which is not in line with my faith. Honorable Speaker, having said this, I would like to thank the members of this August Assembly for giving me their ear. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Lower Badibu. May I now call on Honorable Member for Jara West. Jara West, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think I have to start it with this question. Whether I can find an answer to this question from the Attorney General who laid the bill. I want to know who is the PRO for CRC, because the documents that we have from day one up to now, I didn't find any name that has been labeled as the PRO for CRC. If there is any, I want to know that. What's the question? Yes. Public Relations Officer. Yes, you want to observe?
Yes.
Okay.
Point of observation.
Allow him for observation. Okay. Honorable Member for Jara East, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to make a quick clarification. Many honorable members are fond of saying Attorney General. It's not correct, it's Attorney General. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, Member for Jara East. Honorable Speaker, I just want to start by saying to move forward, we must always look forward. If you want to move forward and you start looking behind whilst going forward, you're probably going to fall down. And you may not walk fast. From the beginning of the debate, I learned from one of the senior members of this National Assembly that probably we are the luckiest National Assembly members since the independence up to now, because we are the only set of members that are fortunate to have a draft constitution before them to look into it and to give their blessings to. I was really happy. With that statement, I was very happy. But as I am standing right now, if I have to tell you the truth, I am sad and I am annoyed. I'll tell you my reasons along the line. In fact, I was about to drop all my reservations after looking at the pattern of our contributions. Seems like we are dealing with something that we didn't even understand. The draft constitution that we have contains 319 clauses, if I am right. From the first day we start the debate, all the reservations, all the observations that we have done are circulating within 130. It's not more than 30, if you count all of them, because we seem to be repeating one another. If that will give us the visa to throw the entire draft, that makes me sad. And I have to say that. But I will come to that later. The reservations I have, or the concerns that I have in the draft, Honorable Speaker, this one I make it very short because it is mentioned by many members that it is quote and paste. Some are calling it as perjury. I want to believe that we are a sovereign state. We are a nation of our own. We are not under any colonization. Nobody is taking care of us. But we have to know that we belong to a global village. This present trend of the world, or of all the nations, if you observe, is going beyond national sovereignty. We're going towards globalization. We call the world a global village. There are general ideas that bind us together, especially when it comes to politics and governance. There's nothing we can do about that. Whatever you wanted to do today has been done since yesterday. You cannot run away from that. In fact, we fail to think twice. How many National Assembly teams leave the Gambia to go to other countries to study a case? Just a simple one case. I went to Uganda for case study. Why not in the Gambia here? Look, we live in a global village. We are at a globalized world. We must do things together. We must have to learn from one another. That is not a problem. My observations are touched by some members. That is, and in fact, I am happy with the new draft constitution regarding to that contribution. That is the religious affairs. The provisions that are provided in the draft constitution are more explicit, they are more understandable than what we have in the 1997 constitution. Oh, sorry, 1979 constitution. No, 97, okay. It's very clear in the draft. The only reservation I have there is, I hope there will be a clause that will provide the National Assembly the power to be able to make an act for religious affairs in this country, which I have my own reasons for. If National Assembly can have an act, a power in the Constitution, in the new draft Constitution, whereas they can make an act or regulation regarding religious affairs. Otherwise, having secular or not having it in the draft Constitution, the clauses that are provided for our religious freedom in this draft Constitution are good. I don't have any problem with them. But my problem is there is no existing regulation in this country regarding religious affairs. I have made that research myself quite before we get this draft Constitution. And to my own calculation, I have seen that it is necessary, looking at our situation, looking at the occurrences in our country, I say it is necessary for Gambia to have a policy document regarding religious affairs. That does not, I don't think that even means that government is going to interfere in religious affairs. A clear example is, we all remember and we see it together, there was a former governor that was taken to TRRC and was asked by the council, what authority did you have at that time to go and arrest that religious leader and his people? But he cannot provide any authority. What he said was very clear. He only act on an executive order. And we did not want that to continue in our country anymore. So we have to have a regulation in our country regarding religious affairs. It is alarming. It is quite alarming. There is religious coexistence between the Christians and the Muslims in the country. That is not a problem. But we don't know what will happen tomorrow. The people of the same religion are always at fight. We all attest to that. We all know about it. A respectable religious leader with his scholars preaching against another leader with his scholars. To an extent, in fact, they insult one another. We heard them. We see them. This is happening in some of the religions. And through my research, I think the biggest problem I get was there was no connection. Automatically, there was no connection between these two councils in the country that are established, I think, by the Act of the National Assembly. I don't know. That's the Christian Council and the Supreme Islamic Council. But there is no connection between these two councils and the Ministry of Religious Affairs or Ministry of Local Government and Religious Affairs, because that is where the portfolio is. So I am suggesting if there can be another provision in this draft constitution that can allow the National Assembly to make an act regarding religious affairs. The other thing is citizenship. I just don't want to go into it too much because already my colleagues has talked, excessively in that area. But my problem there is an automatic birthright. That is my problem. I think the minister has to make me understand what exactly he means by that. Looking at our country and looking at our sub-region, I don't think statelessness is an issue in our country as of now. Of course, if you look at the global trend, you know that it is in increase. Because globally, You have more than 1 million stateless people. But when it comes to Africa, in our African context, it's about 715,000. In fact, there is no registered case in the Gambia yet, unless it is not registered. According to the statistics I have, it is not registered. So, now why unconditional birthright? I need to be told why, so as I can understand. That's my problem. And finally, I came back to my argument. You see, why I am ashamed, we all know that this commission is established by an act of the National Assembly, 2017. We didn't inherit it. We made it. It's our own made. And the CRC didn't came from any country. They are Gambians. We give them this assignment with hope that they're going to give us a good result. And if you look at the processes that they take, personally, I don't want to take the time of the chambers anymore because we've been sitting here since in the morning, so I just want to summarize it. There are 51 fundamental questions that they set. And submitted these questions. That if answers are found for all these questions, that will enable them to have a foundation to build a better constitution for the Gambian people. They did their consultation at every region, almost every constituency. In fact, I personally attend 3 of their consultative meetings. To call them that they have done nothing really made me sad. And I mean, just to think about it, how many clauses did we have problem with? From the time we start this debate, how many clauses? And how many more behind? Why do we want to join them all and throw it away? Does that make sense? You cannot assign people, give them money, and make them work in and outside the country. At the end of the day, you say you've done nothing. To an extent that you tell them something that is not even appreciable. Because everybody is just listening to the National Assembly right now. Whatever word you utter, you are on the record. We should not do that. Why should we say what we are not up to do? Kabura maktan indallah an takuluna ma la taf'alun. Don't do it. Don't say it if you know you cannot do it. Kabura maktan indallah. I mean, the biggest anger with God, the Almighty Allah, is to say what you are not going to do. Don't do it. Don't say it. If you say you're going to do it, you must stick to that and do it. We owe the people of this country a lot. We owe them. They are crying. That is why they are using all the channels that they can do just to get to us, and so that we can listen to them. Why do we do that? You see, I want us to be very careful. We are all Muslims and Christians. Our decisions here, the repercussions, are not going to be final. We must answer to another question. As a leader, when we were coming here, as a Muslim, we are given a whole Quran. A Holy Quran. Because you are expected to say what you are going to do. Why did we say it when we know we cannot do it? Jesus Christ say in the Bible? You shall know the truth, and the truth shall free you. It's only the truth that can free you. Unless you take the truth, you'll never be free. I think we have to look at this and look at it again. It is not started today, but today is going to be the end. And our decision today will determine our position in the society. Hubul watan min al-iman. To love your country is an act of a believer. Unless you love your country, then you will not be respected.
I don't want to interrupt you.
I will stop there. I will not
outside the perimeters.
I'll never do that again. I just want to have a simple and clear definition for politics. A simple and clear definition for politics. Political parties are not created. Political parties are not created like you think they are created. There are bases on which political parties are formed. There are ethics that political parties perform on. There are principles, there are rules in every political party. You cannot just judge the book by the cover. You cannot. Political parties are individual organizations, people of the same political ideology. So you don't expect a political party, especially a political party that is not the leader of the government, to do what the government has to do. I think at certain point we should be very sincere to ourselves, and we take the decisions on any base that you want to take the decision on. Whether you're going to take it personal or you're going to take it anyway, just take your decision, but respect the decision of your colleague. I thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to take my seat.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Honorable Member for Joshua. Joshua. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, thank you. I will do that. It's clause 53C of the standing orders. Motion for the adjournment of the debate. Madam Speaker, we are dealing with a very important bill. Yes. Yeah. C. Motion where? Motion without notice, yeah. 53C. Yes, Madam Speaker, it says the following motions may. Yes, it says motion 53 motions which may be made without notice. The following motions may be made without notice, and C, a motion for the adjournment of a debate. No, Madam Speaker, the reason why I'm raising the motion is we are dealing, if not one of the most important, if not the most important, bill in our tenure in office, or in fact, sometimes you can consider in our career. And I can see visibly, members are tired, and I still believe there are about 5 or more members still to speak, after which the Attorney General has to come and respond. To give it its fair consideration, I just want to appeal to this Honorable House to adjourn the debate till tomorrow morning, then we can come back and finish what is left. It's a very important national process that I think deserves the weight.
It's provided for under the rules, and it's your decision. It's a motion. It has been moved. We'll follow the procedure to have it seconded. Any secondment? Honorable Member for Sandu.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I rise to second the motion.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, can I say for clarification before we...
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. When it is about to the end of the time, 6 o'clock, I raise a concern whether would you continue or will you stop at 6 o'clock. And the motion was passed here that we are going to sit beyond 6 o'clock to finish business. And I was even saying business of the order paper is too huge, because if you look at on the order paper, dealing with the SONA 2020 is also part of the agenda. So if you want to finish the order of the day, that means we are going to deal with that also. That was I calling the concerns on that particular issue. But the motion was moved and seconded that we sit beyond 6 o'clock to finish business. So therefore, I don't think any other motion can come and to contradict that motion, unless we repeal that motion.
So are you saying in effect that once a motion was moved, seconded, and approved, you cannot have a subsequent motion? Is that what you're saying? Well, we need to be clear.
What I am saying...
Because, no, I understand you. That's why I want to get you very clear.
I also want to make it very clear. I am submitting. I am saying, if a motion is being moved, seconded, approved, there's no other motion that can be moved if that motion is not being repealed or is not being counted for. So there should be a motion to repeal that motion first, because we agreed to it and we voted for that motion, that we are going to sit beyond 6 o'clock to finish business. If you know that now, we cannot go by that now. The member can still use the standing order to repeal that motion, and we go for another.
That is why I am saying that then are you saying in effect that even though a motion was already moved and seconded and approved, a subsequent motion cannot come on? That's the point. Is it proper under the standing orders to bring a subsequent motion? That is my issue. That is my issue. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, the motion that was brought is a motion without notice, and the motion is to adjourn the debate. So the debate is on, but it's a motion to adjourn the debate. So unless the member can quote a section that shows that we cannot move a motion without notice and to adjourn the debate, then I think we should...
I am of the view that we are not annulling anything. It's just a suspension, if I get it right. Yes, so, and look at the...
Madam Speaker.
The title even says, motions which may be made without notice. Without notice. So I think in all fairness, let's proceed. Follow the procedures. We can do so. The motion has been moved. Has it been seconded? It was seconded. So it has been moved and seconded that we adjourn the debate on the Constitution Promulgation Bill 2020 till tomorrow for continuation. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those not in favor, please say no. No. So I think the ayes, the ayes have it. So the assembly stands adjourned till tomorrow. Please, 11 o'clock. I think let's compensate ourselves. 11 tomorrow. 11 o'clock. Please, tomorrow 11. And on time, please, prompt. Thank you.
Of winning a bag of rice when you receive monies in the Gambia from UK, Europe, USA, Canada, and Switzerland with Supersonics Money. Amazing! So from now till the end of October, every time you receive monies in the Gambia from UK, Europe, USA, Canada, and Switzerland, you stand a chance of winning a bag of rice. Only 100 bags available. Hurry now and be part of the 100 lucky winners in this special unbeatable bonanza from now until the end of October with Supersonics Money Transfer. Enjoy our safe, fast, reliable, and convenient money transfer service with the largest payout network in the Gambia with charges starting from $0. Yes! Visit the Google Play Store or the Apple Store today to download the Supersonics Money Transfer app and enjoy excellent money transfer services only with Supersonics. The unbeatable bonanza with Supersonics.
Supersonics Guest House. yaa Fatus Guest House. dama ne jox leen ma seen noppa yéen ñi nga xam ne ni bëgg ngeen a dem Farafeñe nag ñu bari den fay bëgg a dem di xalaat ndax am naa mbokk am aw ma mbokk fan laay dem dëkk ak fan laa du dem dëkk seen coono jeex na seen xalaat jeex na te si biir yaa Fatus Guest House ñu ngi leen fa amal li nga xam ne ni moom mooy ko self
saala cabinet
ñaari cabinet ak saal
single room
néegi nag nekkul ne la naa jox waaye duñ leen laaj mooy sore naa ñëw indiwaale leen seen yére kase ndaxte yére yi sax foo leen koo def ñu ngi leen ko amal saala cabinet yi bu nekkaa nga am lal bu saal bi ñu ngi ko defar ba mu yaaña toogu yi nekk fa télé bi nekk fa channel bi nekk fa channel bu la neex ngay cuun waaye nag amuñ si loolu rek yéen ñi nga xam ne yéen ay dem ak seen famille ak seen njaboot benn nit wala ñaari